Hello, testing. Hello. dance of adherence. It's because it symbolizes to those who have ill will towards us, it symbolizes to them our adherence to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's guidance. And so if they can rip us away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's guidance, they can rip us away from our deen and from our strength and from the resilience that we pass on to the next generation. During the war on terror, the so-called war on terror as well, we see that in the RAND report, building moderate Muslim networks, which usually means, building toothless Muslim networks. They identified women in particular, Muslim women, as an area of focus when it came to trying to influence the war on ideas. And we see today in Gaza, we see that the IOF are targeting women. They're targeting the pregnant mothers of Gaza because they don't just see them as women and children. They see the women of Gaza as the women who will raise the future resistance. So I want you to know, dear sisters, that you build resilience and iman in the next generation. Realize your power, realize your power. So how do we here, sitting comfortably in the West, how do we begin to build resilience in the next generation? This is the focus of my talk, and I'm going to give you 6 ideas, 6 areas that we can focus on in order to build resilience and strong iman in the next generation. The first is to be present in the early years of our children's lives. When we look after our babies, when we are the main person who is present for our children, especially in the early years, it regulates our children's brains. Their ability to regulate stress, their ability to deal with difficult situations and emotions is directly impacted by the level of security they feel in their first attachments. And of course, the first and most important attachment is their attachment to their mother. So don't underestimate the importance of those early years and your presence in their lives, because your presence is literally growing their brains. A study showed that school children whose mothers were the primary carers in their early years had a larger hippocampus, which meant that their learning, their memory, and their response to stress was much greater. So that's the first thing. I want us to not underestimate the importance of being the primary carer and almost be jealously, protective over those early years. Nobody can impact them as well as you can. The second way to build resilience in the next generation is to build their iman through the knowledge and stories of our past. One of the things I'm so proud of when I see the Palestinian Muslim community is that despite the fact that they've spread all across the world, they've been able to pass on the stories and the heritage of their families to the next generation, so that we see their children and their grandchildren have not forgotten those stories. That's very important. For us as Muslims, the stories from the Quran, the stories of our the brave people from our past are so important for us to pass on to the next generation. Just as when the Prophet ﷺ was facing difficult times, strength in his lowest time when Khadija had passed away and it was the year of grief. Just as Allah gave those stories to him, he gave them to us to pass on to the next generation. Why? Because our children, through those stories, learn about the sunnah of Allah. They learn about things like, for example, how a small group can overcome a large group. A small group of people upon the truth can overcome an entire army. if they are with Allah, if they have Allah's guidance. And they learn, for example, that the end success is for the believers. Even though the believers might have to go through hardship, in the end, the success will be with them. Through those stories, when they face hardship in their lives and they face adversity, they too will map their lives upon those stories and think, I can make it, I can be resilient, I can get through this. So the second is to build their iman through stories. The third, expose your children to discomfort and toughen them up. Umar bin al-Khattab radiallahu anhu, he said, اخشوشنوا فإن النعم لا تدوم. He said, toughen up, because good times are not going to last forever. Good times are not going to last forever. So we need to stop engineering the discomfort out of our children's lives. Many of us, we never say no to our children. We don't want them to feel even the slightest bit of pain. But actually going through difficulty, doing things for themselves, you not always stepping in, you not always making things okay and fixing things for them, is what builds self-confidence and resilience in our children. So stop giving them everything. Let them figure some things out for themselves and face the natural consequences. That's the third thing, toughening them up. The fourth is connecting your children to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that means, dear brothers and sisters, getting our children off those phones and devices. The phones and devices are making our children into consumers and addicts, empty-headed people. And that takes them away from the real purpose in life. If we can get them off those phones and those devices and into nature, into the real world, meeting real people, understanding real issues, this will connect them to Allah, because when they see Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's creation, when you take them out and they see Allah's creation, it makes them in awe of Allah. And it is that awe that builds iman. So connect your children, taking them out into nature, off these devices, and by teaching them how to talk to Allah. Have you ever gathered your children around and made dua together? Showing your children how to speak to Allah. Anytime you face a difficulty, anytime there's a challenge, encourage your children. Let's make dua. Let's ask Allah. Teach them how to talk to Allah, and then later on in life, when you're not there for them, and we can't be there for them always, they themselves will connect to Allah. They themselves will talk to Allah. The fifth is to connect them to the ummah. Connect them to the wider Muslim community, the global Muslim community. And again, I feel so proud of our brothers and sisters who have brought out their children in the marches, in the protests. We see so many young children who understand what's going on and who feel the pain of their fellow brothers and sisters, especially in Palestine. We need to build on that. And one of the ways that we do that is by taking our children to Muslim countries, taking them out of this society where they often feel like the odd ones out, they feel like they're different, and taking them to places where actually Islam is the norm. Let them feel that. Let them feel part of the wider ummah. Let them feel part of the greater narrative, a greater story. And that in and of itself will build resilience in them. The sixth is teach them that they have Muslim privilege and a Muslim responsibility. What do I mean by Muslim privilege? You know, people talk about white privilege, and I know that, of course, due to the history of colonialism and the problems that especially Western countries have wrought in the world, of course, there is a level of white privilege. However, I want us to start thinking about ourselves as having Muslim privilege. And what I mean by that is that a person who has the confidence and resilience that comes with having Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's guidance in their lives, that person is privileged. Do you not feel privileged as a person who has the Quran in their life, who knows the purpose of their life? Of course. And so we must not teach our children that they are victims. Instead, we must teach them that, you know what? You have Allah in your life. You have Muslim privilege. But with that comes responsibility, greater responsibility. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat linnas. Why? Why are you the best nation that has been extracted for the sake of mankind? Because you enjoin the good, you forbid the evil, and you believe in Allah. So it's about the fact that you speak the truth. You're willing to correct society. You're willing to be the change in society that makes you the best nation that was extracted for the sake of mankind. And I want to end with this. So just to recap, my 5 areas that parents in particular can focus on. Number 1, be present in the early years and preserve your care for your child in those early years. Number 2, build their iman through stories and through a connection to their heritage and past. Number 3, expose your children to discomfort, to toughen them up. Number 4, connect your children to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Number 5, connect them to the ummah. And number 6, teach them that they have Muslim privilege. And with that comes a greater responsibility. And I want to end with just spending a moment remembering the mothers of Palestine. I think many of us have been very moved, hurt, crying in pain, seeing the pain of the mothers of Palestine. And I think this beautiful poem that I found by a sister called Nayab really encapsulates how we feel about them. Because we've seen how those mothers preserved a sense of resilience and passed on that resilience to their children and the next generation. And we admire them for that. So I'm going to end with this poem. It's called Poem for the Mothers of Palestine. The night roars fiercely, echoing the same screams in my heart, as I recall the pain in the bellows of the mother for her dead child, holding him to her chest so tenderly. How she wishes he was there, still in her womb, nestling him in its comfort, still embraced in her protection. She refuses to rid her hands of his blood. She wants to smell the musk of the martyr who was her beloved son. And when she ran and ran with her child from the bombs, as they fell on her homes, on their homes, all razed down to the ground, and as she turned around, her son was blown away to pieces, never to be found. How her grief had consumed her, how she begged the Almighty for her son, and the Almighty showed her how her son is running, not from bombs, not from villains, but running with the others in his heaven. O mothers of Palestine, you are destined for true greatness. The epitome of bravery, you have raised valiant martyrs. Your strength when you comforted the world, when it had failed to comfort you. You said that our martyrs are not dead, but alive. And if the veil was ever lifted, the skies above Gaza would be awash with divine light. O mothers of Palestine, your wombs O mothers of Palestine, your wombs have raised great chevaliers who have inherited your fortitude. O mothers of Palestine. Jazakum Allah khairan. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك.
Takbir, takbir, takbir. Jazakallah khairan Ustad Fatima for showing us the importance of resilient mothers, the importance of strong mothers who will raise the next generation, and how important their role is to raise resilient communities overall. And Jazakallah khairan for that beautiful poem at the end as well. Our next speaker is a committed mentor and a mother of four, emphasizing her faith and quest for justice. Relocating to Texas 5 years ago, she pursued a master's degree in marriage and family counseling. Currently, she works at Good Tree Academy, guiding students of all ages in social and emotional development. I want to invite Daniel Masood, who will be talking about the youth and how they are more powerful than they think, especially in standing up for justice at home and abroad. Without further ado, Daniel Masood.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. اللهم اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. جزاكم الله خيرا for being here. Before we start, I want you all to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for allowing you to be here today, to be on the right side of history. Because this is indeed a privilege, and it's a tawfiq min Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala opened the doors of khair for you to be here today on a Sunday to listen to us, to be on the right side of history. My topic for today is the youth. We're either youth, maybe we're older than youth now, but we are mentors and we are caregivers of youth. And indeed, the youth are more powerful than we ever thought. And mashallah, they have proven to us that they are the leaders and they are going to be the one to hold the torch for us to see a free Palestine and to see Masjid al-Aqsa, inshallah, liberated in our lifetime. Today, inshallah, I'm going to be talking about a youth that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned in the Quran 136 times. A youth that we should all take as our role model. Musa alayhi salam. Musa alayhi salam had witnessed and had lived prosecution, ethnic cleansing, and a genocide from the moment he was in the womb of his mother. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن فرعون علا في الأرض وجعل أهلها شيعا يستضعف طائفة منهم يذبح أبناءهم ويستحيي نساءهم إنه كان من المفسدين. Indeed, Pharaoh exalted himself in the land and made its people into factions, oppressing a sector among them, slaughtering their babies, slaughtering their newborns, sons, and keeping their females alive. Indeed, he was among the corrupt. Today we do see pharaohs. We do see pharaohs in the land of Palestine, where people claim that this is their land. We see the same people that history told us about how they were prosecuted, came to prosecute other people and prosecuted the people of Iman, the owners of the land. Musa alayhi salam was able to forget about his people. He lived in a palace. He lived in luxury, just like the way we live here in America. We live in the comfort of our homes. We live in such comfort, and we could sit back and act like we don't see anything. Musa alayhi salam was in a palace, living under a tyrant that claimed to be God, claimed to be the strongest in his time, claimed to have the best, strongest army in the world, just like the IOF claimed to be, just like the so-called state of Israel tried to claim that they have a moral army, the best moral army of the world, subhanAllah. And Fir'aun claimed that, and Musa grew in that home. But he always saw his people, the people that looked like him, the people that resembled him, the people that were under persecution. And he never got comfortable in his luxury, in a palace, and decided that he will be a man of justice. That's why when he was walking into the market and saw two people fighting, and one of them was among his people, he chose to speak up. Yes, he unintentionally struck that man and killed him from the people of Fir'aun, but he even was exiled. And he left, and he had his first nakba when he left his mom's house. He had his first nakba when he left, and he went to Midian and lived for 10 years. But he never forgot about his people. He never got comfortable. His whole aim in 10 years living in Midian was how he's going to come back and save his people. And that's our job as youth, as people, as mothers, as fathers, is we cannot sit back and relax and think that we should be comfortable. We have to speak up, because Musa alayhi salam taught us how to speak up. You have a choice to be like Musa or to be like Qarun. Qarun was also among the people of Bani Israel. Qarun was the cousin of Musa alayhi salam. He saw his people struggling, that his own people admired the luxury he had, the life he had. But what Allah do to Qarun? He nasafa bihi al-ard. He destroyed him. He let the whole earth eat him up, with his luxury, with his army, with his wealth. And Allah mentions that story so we could learn which side we want to be on. Who do we want to be like? Qarun, we're too comfortable? Or we're going to be like Musa alayhi salam, that we will speak up against injustice no matter where, when, or in front of anyone. So you have a choice today to be Musa alayhi salam, to teach your kids to be like Musa, to be not comfortable, to know that this dunya has the well, it will go, it will vanish. So don't get too attached, don't get too comfortable. Today I'm supposed to give you 3 action items on how to continue to speak up for justice. One of them is to actually keep on doing what you're doing. Continue to show up in protest. Continue to share, just like our brother shared here. It doesn't take a long time. Just continue to share on social media. Speak up. Don't be afraid. SubhanAllah. When I started to get really active on social media, because our fathers and mothers have learned that speaking up is a scary thing. My dad will continue to tell me, my Palestinian dad continues to tell me that if I keep speaking up and I'm too active, I might lose my opportunity of returning to Palestine and visiting my family again. But I told my dad, if this is going to be what I sacrifice, in the front of what they are sacrificing in Palestine and in Gaza, let it be. Let it be. I went to Palestine before, and maybe we will enter again when it's liberated. But to stop talking because we're scared, that's not going to be the case. Do not underestimate the small things you do, because the Prophet ﷺ told us that we should not belittle the small actions and continue to speak up. Number 2, change requires sacrifice. For us to see change in the world, we need to change. You need to check in with your heart. Where is your heart? Where is your heart today? Right now, in this minute, you're sitting here. Where is your heart? Where would you like to be tomorrow? How do you want to enter Masjid al-Aqsa? What side do you want to be entering Masjid al-Aqsa on? The one that sat back and didn't do anything, or the one that was part of the liberation? Entering Masjid al-Aqsa with takbir, praying in it without having soldiers to stop you and ask you, what are you doing here in your own masjid? And last but not least is إيثار, altruism. وَيُؤْثِرُونَ عَلَىٰ أَنفُسِهِمْ وَلَوْ كَانَ بِهِمْ خَصَاصَةٌ. We have to give up our comfort. We have to continue to boycott. We got used to being accustomed to this celebrity and following this person and following these people that don't even know who we are. We need to let go of what we got comfortable with. That way, we learn and teach our kids to sacrifice, to have ithar, and to continue to speak up against injustice, to be on the right side of history. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to continue to work for Him and not to replace us with anyone else. Allahumma istakhdimna wa la tastabdilna. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive us for our shortcomings, because we're not doing enough yet, but we have to continue to do. Jazakumullah khairan. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Takbir! 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 Jazakallah khairan for showing us the importance of speaking up and to not be comfortable with the status quo and to struggle with it and to not be afraid of speaking the truth. So Jazakallah khairan once again, takbir! And Jazakallah khairan for all three speakers for coming today and for talking about the importance of speaking the truth, for talking about the importance of mothers and the importance of mothers, and for, to talk about the importance of struggling and not being comfortable. So once again, a round of applause for all three speakers. We've heard three amazing talks so far, but right now we're going to do something different. I'm going to call up a person who's going to do not only a poem, but she's going to inject that within a dua. So without further ado, I'm going to call Sister Zina Al-Kurdi, who is the author of 99 Love Notes, a collection of poetic prayers from a healing servant to her Lord. She's a marketing professional and resides in Dallas, Texas. Without further ado, Zina Al-Kurdi. Yep.
Assalamu alaikum. O Allah, we raise our hands to you and call upon you by your names. You are the one in complete control. The oppressors only have the illusion of power, but we know all power belongs to you. Show them how powerless they truly are. You are the all-wise. Keep the people of Gaza steadfast in their faith. Forgive us when we see their suffering and question your wisdom. Keep our hearts soft and our eyes open to the lessons you are teaching us during this time. You are the intensely merciful and the most gentle. Be gentle with the people of Gaza. Cool every burn, heal every wound, numb all their pain. Should they be martyred, let their last sight be one that brings them peace and joy and anticipation for the heavens where they are headed. You are the uniter. Keep this ummah united for this cause. Let our feet stand firmly and our voices be loud. Let us be overpowering and not overpowered. Unite every martyr with the beloved, peace be upon him, and with their loved ones in a place of eternal bliss. You are the avenger. Avenge the people of Gaza. Punish the oppressors for every demolished olive tree, every fearful tear, every sleepless night, every drop of blood, and every loss of life. I need to hear you guys say Ameen, because I know we all feel this. You are the restorer. Mend all that is broken. Their hearts, their homes, their dreams. Grant them better than what they have lost. You are the near one. Let the people of Gaza feel your closeness to them. Should they ever feel alone or neglected, allow them to see signs of your presence all around them. Give us the strength to grow closer to you during this time of need. You are the truth, and your promise is true. Yet the oppressors hide behind their lies, and our leaders oblige without question. Reveal their deception. Protect the sources of truth on the ground, and make us beacons of the truth, and do not let us falter. O Allah, the pharaohs of this earth have forgotten their place, from Bibi to Biden. But you are the King of Kings. Bring them their day of reckoning, and be swift and dominating in your judgment. The oppressors try to weaken and humiliate us, but you are the one who honors, and you are the Almighty. Honor the people of Gaza. Keep their heads held high and their backs strong as they carry this heavy burden. Bring shame and humiliation to the oppressors for the rest of time. You are the championer. You split the sea for Moses, made the fire cool for Abraham, sent a flood for Noah and an army of angels for Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You are their Lord and you are ours. Send us a miracle. Grant us victory over the oppressors and the faith and patience to wait while it comes. You are peace, and from you comes peace. Grant the people of Gaza peace in their hearts and minds. Allow them to see the day when Palestine tastes peace again. And if it is not written for them in this temporary world, grant them an eternity of peace in the hereafter. O Allah, we bear witness. We bear witness to the mother who tenderly cradled her lifeless baby and whispered her softly her goodbyes. We bear witness to the boy who could not even scream in his final moments. We bear witness to the father comforting a newly orphaned boy shortly after losing his entire family. We bear witness to the baby with no head. We bear witness to their bravery. We bear witness to their faith, and we bear witness to the hypocrisy. We bear witness to the silence. We bear witness to the lies. We bear witness, but you are the witness. And you see all. Not a drop of blood falls without your knowledge. Oh Allah, every face we know, every scream we've heard, and every story we've been told, for all of those, there are thousands we will never know, thousands we will never hear, and thousands we will never be told, but you are all aware and you do not forget. Oh Allah, this is a time of great darkness for our world, but you are the light. Illuminate our hearts. Do not let our brothers in Palestine, do not dim the light of our brothers and sisters in Palestine, no matter how hard they try. Oh Allah, we amplify the words that echo throughout Gaza. Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakeel. Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakeel. Sufficient for us is Allah, and He is the trustee. All we have is you. Oh Allah, we call upon you, and you are the responder, so respond to our call. Glory be to you. Ameen.
Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah khair to Sister Zina for that very sincere and heartfelt dua. That was heavy. May Allah accept. Ameen. At this time, I would like to call up the next set of speakers with Brother Tariq Khalil, Brother Raja Abdul Haq, and Sheikh Ustad Taslim. Please come up to the stage at this time. Seems as though they may be in other sessions, but inshallah we'll get started. So first of all, thank you for everybody who has showed up for sacrificing your time, energy, and money to face the reality that we must face, and educating ourselves about it through the knowledge of these speakers. So may Allah allow us for the knowledge that we take in today to actually apply and further the truth, inshallah. So for our first speaker, we have Brother Tariq Khalil. He's an attorney and activist. As an alumni of the University of Illinois at Chicago, he was a member of Students for Justice in Palestine. He was the education coordinator with the American Muslims for Palestine, also known as AMP, and board member of its Chicago chapter. Brother Tariq appeared in multiple media outlets such as ABC, CBS, WGB, NYT, Arab News, Al Jazeera, among others. With AMB, Tariq lectures on topics such as modern Palestinian history, Zionism, and Palestinian rights under international law. Without further ado, Brother Tariq Khalil.
Assalamu alaikum. It is such an honor to be here. I told the organizers that I would love to use this stage because I want to be able to look at all of you and kind of gauge your thinking, your attention, because I want to use this time to take you just on a brief journey that led us to this point, that gives us something that has been sorely missing in our political discourse and in our media covering, and that's context. And that's why this session is titled Gaza in Context. And bear with me, I'm not going to say the word Gaza. I prefer to give it its authenticity. So as I refer to it, I will always say Gaza. Let's go back 76 years ago. From 1947 to 1949, Palestine was ethnically cleansed. We talk about ethnic cleansing today. 76 years ago was the height of the ethnic cleansing campaign in all of Palestine. Approximately 750,000 Palestinians were dispossessed, ethnically cleansed from their homes. 200,000 of that number were dispossessed to Gaza, nearly tripling its population in Gaza. And Israel was founded as a state, as a settler colonial apartheid state. And I will use this word apartheid sparingly in this session. There's another session where I'll delve more deeply into it. But this regime has now been set up. And ingrained in the founding of the state of Israel is its foundational ideology of Zionism. And Zionism is racist at its core. So anything that flows from the Zionist project and the Zionist ideology must be oppressive, must be exclusionary in its very nature, and of course, naturally, in its practice vis-a-vis the indigenous Palestinians. The entrenchment and the caging and the carceral space that was created in Gaza was not just in the last 8 months. What we've seen is an intensification of it in the last 8 months. In the early 50s, butcher of Palestinians. Look up Sabra and Shatila. Look up the massacres that I mentioned in Gaza, and you'll get a better picture of this so-called human being. If there's anybody who's an animal, it's Ariel Sharon. And the Second Intifada created a change of policy within the higher echelons of the Israeli government, at the head of which was Ariel Sharon. So the decision was, we have to change something in Gaza. We must change the occupation in Gaza from occupation by boots to occupation by remote. So we will withdraw the settlements. We will withdraw the settlers. And we will cage the Palestinians in Gaza and deprive them. Dov Weissglass, who was a minister during Ariel Sharon's reign as prime minister, put the policy like this: we must put the Palestinians in Gaza on a diet, but not make them die of hunger. And the policy of mowing the grass, mowing the lawn, took root. This policy essentially meant that every few years, we would bombard Gaza, we would destroy the population of Gaza, destroy the infrastructure, level the infrastructure, and then once they rebuild, and once they get back on their feet, do it again. And once they rebuild and get back on their feet, we do it again. In 2007, siege and blockade was imposed on Gaza. So you remove the settlers, you cage the Palestinians, and you impose a brutal closure policy in Gaza. And now Gaza is severed from the entire world. No seaport, no airport. You can't leave anywhere except your fate. In 2008, Operation Cast Lead, over 1,300 Palestinians were killed. In 2012, Operation Pillar of Defense, 600 or so Palestinians were killed. In 2014, Operation Protective Edge, over 2,200 Palestinians were killed. In 2021, Guardian of the Walls, a few hundred Palestinians were killed. In 2022, Operation Breaking Dawn, where 30 or so Palestinians were killed. But there was something that happened in between. In 2018, Gaza, as a collective, decided to march in what is known as the Great March of Return, March 30th, 2018, and it lasted over a year and a half. They marched peacefully. Isn't that what the world community wanted? How did Israel respond? All they demanded was an end to the siege and the right to return to their homes. How did Israel respond? Not with words, with live ammunition. And approximately 214 to 216 Palestinians were killed as a result. And there was a long and comprehensive report that was conducted by the United Nations. And do you know what the conclusion was? Israel targeted the elderly. Israel targeted children. Israel targeted healthcare workers. Israel targeted the disabled with our tax money and US-made weapons. And now, here we are. Everything that I just said was before October 7th. This is the life in Gaza before October 7th. Israel has total or substantial control over Gaza's airspace, over Gaza's sea area, territorial waters, has control over the land crossings in Gaza. They can decide who comes in, who comes out, what comes in, and what comes out. They can deprive you of chocolate. They can deprive you of fruits. They can pick and choose what they want to come in and what they want to come out. Israel has full control over the electromagnetic sphere in Gaza. This is occupation by remote. Effective control of an entire besieged population in Gaza. And one of the most evil and sadistic elements of Israel's surveillance system is Israel's control over the population registry. If you watch the news and you hear a Zionist speak, there's something that they say a lot, that they repeat over and over again. What army do you know that warns the population before a bomb is dropped? The IDF drops knocker bombs to tell the people, leave so you don't die. What moral army ever in history has done something like that? This is psychological warfare. This is Israel telling the population in Gaza, we know where you are. We know your names, we know your phone numbers, we know your father, your mother, your brother, your sister, your uncle, we know where you live, we know where your cousins live, we know where your family lives, we know all of you, and we know every step that you make. And to instill fear in the population. And by the way, Israel still bombs the entire residential area anyway. So even if you flee, to add insult to death and injury, they shoot while you're fleeing. The dehumanization has reached an all-time high in the last 8 months. And now we have over 45,000 killed, with approximately 8,000 more under the rubble. Their bodies have not been retrieved yet. Over 70% of the civilian infrastructure has been destroyed. There's not one single fully functioning hospital in Gaza. Every single university has been destroyed, partially destroyed. And the hypocrites in our political leadership that dare to say the student encampments hinders the educational process, but they say nothing about educational institutions that were bombed in Gaza. These are hypocrites. They don't care about education. And now we have this apartheid system from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. And I'll just use my last 30 seconds here to say that Israel implements this apartheid system in 3 clever ways: through an entrenched occupation in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, through discriminatory laws and practices within its own internationally recognized borders, and through a brutal siege and blockade in Gaza. And the roots of all of that is in Zionism, and that's what this next session is all about. Thank you.
Takbir. SubhanAllah, that was a great history lesson. As you can see, many of this evil has been occurring way before many of us were even brought into this world, which is means for us to be even more animated and vocal about staying on the truth as not only Muslims, but as human beings. So, just so everybody's aware, there are also parallel sessions going on, with one of them being about Imam Jamil Al-Amin and Dr. Afia Siddiqui, that is happening in the parallel session room. So just so you're aware, it's occurring right now. But without further ado, I would like to call up our other 2 speakers, Brother Raja Abdul Haq and Sheikh Saad Taslim, if you could come up on stage. Okay, so now that the Avengers are assembled, alhamdulillah, we will now have Raja Abdul Haq speaking, who is a Palestinian political activist and community organizer. Raja is a co-founder of Quds News Network and a former executive director of Islamic Leadership Council of New York. Raja has a master's degree in political science from Brooklyn College. And without further ado, Brother Raja Abdul Haq.
Assalamu alaikum. I can't see you. I need to hear you. Assalamu alaikum. Very good. Yeah, they put a light right in my face. I don't know if that's intentional to make me lose focus, but I'll do my best to stay on track. And the counter is already running. So first of all, jazakumullah khair for being here, and much appreciation and love for ICNA for all of the work, amazing work they do, especially the social justice branch. And their dedication to Muslim struggles here and abroad. And I think it's very essential, it's very powerful to be here with you today in Dallas, this amazing community that has been pioneering in many areas in education and Islamic studies, and specifically building a sense of community in the West. The West, as we all know, is moving more towards individualism. So the idea that you as a community are getting together to build something to remind us of Islamic community is very essential. So thank you again. With that being said, I think many of us, since October 7, many people were asking this question even before October 7, but specifically after October 7. When you see the images of dead children, when you see the body parts of children, when you see burnt corpses, you ask yourself, how can the world do nothing about this? How can the President of the United States of America, a country that claims to be the police of the world, the one that claims to be the ethical campus for humanity, how can they do nothing about it? Some people claim that we just need to raise awareness. Namely, we need to take pictures of dead babies and go show them to Joe Biden and to elected officials. And others feel that there's another conspiracy theory happening, namely the idea of that there is an Israeli lobby like AIPAC and mastering all this behind closed doors. But the reality is much simpler than this. By saying it's simpler, it doesn't mean that it's less complex, but simpler in the sense of putting our finger on truly the root cause of the problem. And we cannot understand this blind support of the West, namely the United States of America and Europe, to these massacres and genocide and the ongoing occupation of Palestine for the past 76 years, without going back in history a little bit. Because it's very essential for us to not only contextualize, but situate the cause within the international world, and specifically the macro analysis of history. If we go back to the 19th century, we learned, and many of you who are universities and schools and read history understood that there were ideas of white supremacy, there were ethos of racism, and there was justification for oppression of the global South. And what we know simply by the term of colonialism. We know that the Western world, specifically Western Europe, went around the world in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, and colonized the global South. Namely, they colonized areas like India, like Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, France, and the rest of African nations. The idea was that there is something called civilizing mission. This idea that Western white men, they have a burden to civilize the barbarians that live outside of Europe. And I don't want to take us into a philosophy session into the root cause of this. We can talk about it maybe later today. But the idea that there was a sense of supremacy that until today we are still witnessing it by white supremacy that we are witnessing in the West. But the ideas in the 19th century is that the white man had a burden so-called burden. They need to go around the world to these barbarics and savages that live outside of Europe. They need to be brought to light. They need to be civilized. They need to be taught science. This was the notion in the 19th century. Because of this, and let's take another historical lesson, the idea of anti-Semitism that was rampant in Europe, the idea that Jews used to be considered not only second-class citizens, but they used to be considered subhumans. Jewishness in Europe was a problem. And many of you who studied European history understand the concept of the Jewish problem, the Jewish question. So Europe understood that they needed to purify blood. By purifying the blood is an extension of the 1492 and the Spanish Inquisition. The idea of emptying Europe from anybody who's not Catholic, not Christian, namely Jews and Muslims. So this anti-Semitic tropes, persecution and oppression that existed in Europe was a reality. And because of it, an idea called Zionism, which was a political framework for Jewish leaders, specifically in Western Europe, they came with the idea that we as Jews who lived in Europe have been facing oppression and discrimination for hundreds of years. It's time for us to create a safe haven for us, a place away from European prosecution. The problem with that regard was that the Zionist leaders and the pioneers of that movement at that time realized that the only way for us to embrace and create a safe haven for us was to collaborate with Western colonizers to join force to create our own Jewish homeland in Palestine. At the beginning of the Zionist movement, specifically in 1904, Herzl, who was the founder of Zionism, messaged Joseph Chamberlain, who was what we know today as kind of the state secretary, and sent him mail and told him, I'm inviting you to something colonial. I'm inviting you to take part in a project that doesn't involve Africa, but it involves minor Asia. It doesn't involve the white man, it involves a Jewish person. I'm inviting you to partner with us into creating something colonial. The idea for Zionist leaders at that time realized that in order for us to survive prosecution of Europe, we have to turn into becoming colonial agents ourselves. And that was the that the Zionist movement was created upon. Of course, European colonizers at that time didn't see the value of supporting the Zionist movement. But 15, 16 years after that, we've known about something called the Balfour Declaration. And the Balfour Declaration was a declaration or a policy by so-called Great Britain to give the Zionist leaders authority to establish their Jewish homeland on Palestine. But what's unique about this is that a year after the Balfour Declaration, Balfour himself made it clear that their support for the Zionist project of creating a nation state in Palestine, he literally said, Zionism, whether it's good or bad, it's irrelevant. What's relevant to us is that the Jewish homeland, the Zionist entity in Palestine, is something that is going to help us to move away from classic colonialism into new colonialism, a new age of control, a new age of hegemony. Rather than having boots on the ground in colonizing India and other parts of the region, we'll have other colonial agents that will do the work for us. Without boring with so much history lessons and details, the ideas were, from the very beginning, that Zionists were in bed with the 19th century ethos of racism and supremacy. And their rhetoric against the Palestinian indigenous people of the land was following those ethos. We're following the ethos that the people who live in Palestine are barbaric. They need to be civilized. As Herzl said in his book, The Jewish Homeland, that the project of creating a state of a Jewish homeland in Palestine is supposed to be a rampart against Asia, an outpost of civilization against barbarism. So this shared identity, this shared strategy was essential for the creation of the State of Israel. Now, since then, the Western world have moved more away from the concept of classic colonialism, the idea of having soldiers on the ground, the ideas of what we know in historic classical colonialism, of going to India, colonize, steal resources, have cheap labor, use Indian indigenous people to be part of the British army to colonize Iraq. They moved away after decolonization in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s and moved more towards indirect colonialism. And Israel serves that purpose for them because they understand that that region, because of geopolitical location, because of resources, is a region that cannot be left alone. Of course, there's a concept of Islam, the concept of an ideology that is in conflict, in contradiction with Western views of individualism, Western views of materialism that has to be kept in check. But what's important was Israel has turned into what we know as a client state. Israel, since its inception, has been providing the support, the political, the economic opportunity for the West to continue to dominate in that region. And what we know today, specifically as America, the biggest empire on the face of earth, the biggest empire that the humanity have ever seen, they have over 800 military bases around the world. They have military bases everywhere you go. That military action is not always needed. We know in politics or in power, there's soft power and hard power. Sometimes you go invade Iraq and Afghanistan and you kill 1 million people, but there's other ways where you need to win the minds and hearts, as JFK used to say. So Israel was an opportunity for the United States of America later on in the 40s and the 50s to build on what the British built in Palestine, which is a client state in that region. A client state in a sense that maintains the power, the economic and political hegemony of America in that region. America, being too far from the region, needed a client to do its dirty work in that region. And that's a reality. Because as an empire, you cannot be only satisfied with your borders. Once you're satisfied with your own borders, you're not an empire anymore. America as an imperialist empire, in its very existence, its very essence, it's important for them to dominate the world. And this is why they formed the Soviet Union. Yes, there was an ideas clash between capitalism and socialism, but the main true idea was America wanted to be the main rulers of the world. How did we run from 10 minutes to 2 minutes? Is that a mistake or need to rush? Whoever is in charge. Okay, good, thank you. I was about to just call it a day. So these ideas, as I mentioned, for America, it's important for them to continue to dominate. So you need an agent in that region. And America, we know in Western Europe, as I was theorizing before, the idea is that Europe had two problems. Number one, they needed to colonize the global south. Number two, they needed to get rid of the Jews from Europe because they were able to kick the Jews outside of Spain, outside of Andalus, from Muslims in 1492, but Jews continued to be a problem for the racist Europe. And that's where anti-Semitism truly came about. So to them, they were faced with an amazing opportunity. Let's continue our colonialism in that region without the speed on the ground, but also let's fix the problem of the Jewish question. And as Joseph Mas'ud, the Palestinian scholar, said, they basically killed two birds in one stone. They get rid of the Jews from Europe, turn them into colonial agents in Palestine. And since then, Israel has been acting as a client state for the West. And this is where America comes in today and to benefit from that reality. The reason why I'm giving this political discourse, the reason I'm giving you this analysis, materialist analysis of the reality of the inception of the state of Israel is for us as a community to stop being naive in thinking that if we show body images to political officials, that they will grow consciousness and they will stop the genocide in Palestine or in Gaza. That naivety is the reason why Palestine is still occupied. Because we truly are thinking that elected officials and empire politics is possible to reason with. As if those world that have killed millions of people around the world don't see the images of Gaza. As if the United States of America, the biggest empire in the world, that has silent images everywhere around the world, don't see the destruction in Gaza. As if the weapons that are given to Israel every single year are not coming from Israel, from the United States of America. Israel by itself is a superpower. It's just behind closed doors controlling the world, and everybody is just naive, worried, and scared because of the Israeli lobby. This is conspiracy theories. And this is exactly, brothers and sisters, what we unfortunately learned from Western Europe when it comes to anti-Semitism. The idea that there's Jews everywhere, hiding and maneuvering and manipulating. But that's a conspiracy theory that the West is okay with, because it distracts us from the main perpetrators, the main criminals. The main criminals are the heads of states, the heads of the empires that are destroying the world. That's the reality. And in order for us to understand why the West is blindly allowing Israel to continue to commit genocide in Gaza, can be reasoned and understood in the concept that it's in the best interest of America for Israel to continue to be strong. It's in the best interest of America for the Palestinian resistance to be eradicated. It's in the best interest of America for Gaza to be moved off the face of the map. Why? Because any resistance to an Israeli civil colonial project is a resistance against the American imperialist project. By extension, when you are, let's say if you're a teacher and you have a bully student who's bullying the students for you, because you as a teacher, you can't hit or smack, or because you lie and spread propaganda. As a teacher, I believe in humanity, I believe in human rights, I believe in equality, I don't believe in torture, I don't believe in hitting people. What do? You befriend a bully student and have them do the dirty work for you. Because you want to look like, oh, I'm the broker of peace. I'm the best of teachers. I abide by international law. But then I have the bully students behind, supporting them, giving them money, giving them resources, giving them weapons to keep smacking and hitting and bullying other students. And when the other students complain to me, I'm going to act like, oh, I'm for peace. Let's come up with peace together. But I continue to support the bully student and give them unlimited support. So he's at fault here, the teacher or the bullying student. Now, me saying this, I'm not, of course, exaggerating Israel. As a Palestinian myself, I know what Israel is about. But this session is about understanding the complicity of Western European and American imperialism in supporting the state of Israel. So that teacher that wants to appear as if they are brokers of peace, they will continue to support that bully. And if you resist the bully, by extension, you're resisting the students. And because of that, you need to be eliminated. So truly, when Palestinians, and specifically Gaza, say that the war that's being declared by Israel on people in Gaza is an American war, you better believe it. Not only is it American weapons being used, not only is it American veto in the UN is being used to protect Israel, not only do politically American politicians, from the youngest politician all the way to Joe Biden, are literally repeating genocidal rhetoric against Palestinians to justify the genocide against Palestinians. Not only are they receiving money, but they're also helping them even in strategy, in tactics. And finally, I want to say that Israel today as well is not only a compliant state to America and Europe in general, but they're also compliant states for states like India. India, specifically with the rise of Hinduism, Modi is trying to crush and have a crackdown on Muslims in India and in Kashmir. And what best to learn about how to crush people, how to control, how to commit to separate colonialism in Palestine. Israel is a client state also in the sense of exporting its policies of counterinsurgency, how to control crowds, how to commit genocide by labeling it as if you're defending yourself. And Modi is learning from that. And we just learned recently that France has boycotted or stopped Israel from attending a defense conference in Paris. What Israelis do in these conferences, they steal technologies. They steal technologies of oppression, technologies of crowd control, technologies of how police departments can bully and brutalize black people. That's the job of them. Because to them, as I mentioned in the 19th century, when Europe was about white supremacy and racism, these ethos, because they cannot use them today, they cannot test weapons with their people. They have to test it on other humans, other subhumans that are demonized, dehumanized. Palestinians today and their children are being dehumanized everywhere. We've just read an article last week. That's how far they're going into dehumanizing and demonizing and making it acceptable for our people to be killed in Palestine. Why? Because Israel is outside of space and outside of time of Western civilization. They can do whatever the heck they can do or what to do with these savages that live in the global south. These brown people that live in the global south do not deserve the same human rights that Western world has. And because of that, Israel is doing what needs to be done to not only sustain itself, to not only carry on the separate colonial project for eliminating the indigenous people of Palestine, but it's also exporting this experience to the West. So NYPD and police departments around America can go to Israel and learn from the Israeli occupation forces how to do crowd control. This is happening right now. You tell me that the biggest empire on earth, America is the most sophisticated, most advanced country in the world. Their technologies and their universities are flying people to Mars. They need a small state of 7 million people in the Middle East to teach them how to police. But because the police tactics that are involved in Palestine are outside of space and time, they're testing on Palestinians as guinea pigs. And once they're tested on them, that technology can be exported to the West. So only having 30 seconds, I want to wrap up and say that we cannot and we should not exaggerate the Western complicity in this genocide, because this war against Gaza, this war against Palestine, it's not just an Israeli war in our people. This is an American and Israeli war in our people. And that should be our framework when we organize. That should be our common ground when we hold politicians accountable. If we go to them and ask them to stop the genocide as if they're brokers of peace, then we're lying to ourselves. And we are failing our people in Palestine because we're not holding those responsible accountable for their crimes. What we need to do is to go and tell them, we know you're partnering with the Zionist project in Israel, and both of you need to stop the genocide. Understanding this reality is the first step for truly liberating Palestine. Because if you don't understand the reality, if you getting distracted by not the root cause of the problem, you will never be able to fix the problem. And with that being said, I'm not, of course, exaggerating the Israeli lobby. They make it worse for us to fight for justice. But again, America is a partner in this genocide, and we need to hold American politicians accountable. Thank you for listening, and I'm really happy to be here with you. Thank you for everything you do.
To Brother Raja for telling us with that deep analysis, as we've already known the what and the how, but the why behind the what and the how. And now we'll be transitioning to after learning about this whole evil genocide that's been occurring, we will now be transitioning into Sheikh Saad Taslim, who will be talking about how this affects us being the Ummah and what we can do with the most important thing that we have, which is our Iman. Quick, brief background on Sheikh Saad Taslim. He was born and raised in the USA and is highly in tune with today's youth struggles and pressures. While grounded with education in traditional Islamic sciences, he studied graphic design and psychology at the University of Maryland, and then he went on to study at the Islamic University of Medina, where he dedicated himself to the study of Islamic sciences and graduated from the Faculty of Islamic Law. He is now an instructor for Al-Maghrib Institute, a public speaker, and a lecturer. Please give it up for Sheikh Saad Taslim.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا وسيدنا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما يا رب العالمين. اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So Brother Raja's talk, I think, was a perfect foundation for what I'm just about to say. And it's a great segue. Because I actually wanted to today go over a very chilling hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And this is the hadith of Thawban mentioned in Sunan Abi Dawood. And in this hadith, we hear about a time to come. But the way the Prophet ﷺ phrased this hadith is that he said, a time will soon come, meaning it is upon you, meaning it is close. He said, ﷺ, that a time is upon you when the nations of the world will gather around you, and they will attack you, and they will invite one another to attack and harm you, just as someone who would sit down to eat at a plate of food, and they would invite others to come join in them in this feast. And the companions, radiallahu anhum, they were shocked to hear this, that a time like this would come. And so they asked the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they said, وَمِنْ قِلَّةٍ نَحْنُ يَوْمَئِذٍ. They said, is it because we are so few in that time, that we are so few in number? The Prophet ﷺ said, "Bal antum yawma idhin kathir." That no, on that day, in that time, in that moment, there's going to be many of you. But you will be, and now he mentions the state of the ummah. He says, you will be like the filth that floats on top of water. Meaning there's no value to you. You float about, there's nothing there to you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will remove the fear of your enemies, your fear from the hearts of your enemies. And then the Prophet ﷺ said, وَلَيَقْذِفَنَّ اللَّهُ فِي قُلُوبِكُمْ الْوَهْنَ. And he will put into your hearts al-wahn. And you know, it's very interesting because the word al-wahn or wahn literally means like fatigue. You know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when speaking about childbirth, says, wahn ala wahn, right? It's fatigue and being tired and worn out. And so the companions are asking this wahn, this fatigue, what is that? They said, وَمَا الْوَهْنِ يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ. Like, what is this wahn that would cause us to be in this despicable state? And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said, this wahn is حُبُّ الدُّنْيَا وَكَرَاهِيَةُ الْمَوْتِ. He said, this wahn is this love and this desire and this infatuation for this worldly life and a hatred for death, a dislike for death. Now, the Prophet ﷺ says this, and this is shocking for the companions, because the state that the companions were in at that moment was the opposite of this hadith. Meaning they were not infatuated with the dunya. Their end all and be all of their existence was not worldly life and worldly gains and worldly benefits and worldly comforts. Their end all and be all was not every desire that we have needs to be fulfilled in this life. They yearned for the akhirah. They yearned for the afterlife. They knew that this life is temporary, that this life is fleeting. This life is a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This life is a life in which we earn the akhirah. It is because of that state of mind, that state of being, that spiritual state that they found this hadith to be shocking. That a time will come when the ummah will no longer yearn for the akhirah. They will be infatuated with this dunya. And one of the things that will happen at that time is that we will lose strength. We will lose might. We will lose honor. You know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reminds us of this in the Quran. That without struggle, without sacrifice, there is no akhirah. So the believers who live their life thinking that it is enough for them to say, listen, I'm a believer, I'm Muslim, I'm good to go. Let me just live my personal spiritual life. Like I go to the masjid and I pray my 5 daily prayers and that's about it. I don't have to deal with anything else that's happening around me. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Am hasibtum an tadkhulul jannah. Do you think you will enter paradise? وَلَمَّا يَأْتِكُمْ مَثَلُ الَّذِينَ خَلَوْا مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ. When what has happened to the people before you has not happened to you? Do you think you're going to enter paradise? And this is speaking to us as believers. When what happened to those who came before you hasn't happened to you yet? مَسَّتْهُمُ الْبَأْسَاءُ وَالضَّرَّاءُ. They were afflicted with hardship and calamity. وَزُلْزِلُوا. And they were shaken. حَتَّى يَقُولَ الرَّسُولُ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا مَعَهُ. Until the messenger and those who believed with him said, مَتَى نَصْرُ اللَّهِ. They said, when will the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala come? And oftentimes people attribute this ayah to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But it is not just the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. This is the people of Iman from the beginning of Allah's creation. From the beginning of time, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created mankind and sent prophets and messengers, and the messengers faced this hardship and these calamities, and they were shaken and tortured to the point that they would cry out for the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. A companion by the name of Khabbab ibn Arat, when we hear about his torture, it is wallahi heartbreaking. We know that Khabbab radiallahu anhu would be taken out in the hot sun, and boulders and rocks would be laid out in the sun to turn red hot, and they would be put upon the back of Khabbab radiallahu anhu until his flesh would begin to melt and burn and peel off him. And those who were witnessing this would say that it would light a fire on his skin, like there was literal flames bursting out from his skin. And the only thing that would extinguish that flame is the blood and the pus coming out of the back of Khabbab radiallahu anhu. And Khabbab radiallahu anhu went to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he asked, will you not ask Allah to intercede? Will you not intercede for us? Will you not bring victory for us? Will you not bring relief from this? And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said, in the nations that came before you, a man would be put in a hole. They would dig a hole for a man, and they would begin to saw him from the top of his head, and this man would not leave his faith. وَلَكِنْ أَنْتُمْ قَوْمٌ تَسْتَعْجِلُونَ. But you are a nation, you're a people that want things quickly. What is the message here? The message, my brothers and sisters, is that these trials, that these tests are an expression of our faith. It is how we earn the akhirah. And this is why when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, do you think you're going to enter paradise without going through those trials? Without going through those calamities? Those who came before you, they were afflicted with those calamities, and they reached a breaking point until they would say, Mata Nasrullah. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Ala inna nasrullahi qareeb. Certainly the help of Allah is near. For a believer, the help of Allah is always near. And one of the meanings of this verse, and sometimes people don't understand this, that either relief means that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala brings victory, or you are martyred for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then you are in Jannah. That is victory from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So for the companions to hear that a time will come upon the ummah when people will have abandoned that life, that willingness to sacrifice for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it was shocking for them. So now how do we understand what is happening today in that context? You know, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam also said, he described that state, that despicable state of the ummah. But he also said that that is not everyone. He said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, لا تزال طائفة من أمتي ظاهرين على الحق. That no matter what is happening in the world, no matter how many generations pass, there will always be a group of my people who are manifest upon the truth. لا يضرهم من خذلهم. And those who betray them will not harm them. They will continue to submit to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They will continue to struggle for what is right and fight for what is right. And those who oppose them and betray them will not harm them. حتى يأتي أمر الله, until the day of judgment. So when we look at our brothers and sisters in Gaza today, what do we see? We see them living the life of the companions. You know, subhanAllah, we hear these stories of the companions, and sometimes we treat them like fairy tales. We hear about the story of Khabbab, and we hear the story of Bilal radiallahu an, and Sumayya radiallahu anha, and how she was tortured radiallahu anha wardaha. And we think these are fairy tales. But now that we have our phones, and we are witnessing what our brothers and sisters and our children are going through in Palestine and Gaza, we understand these are not just fairy tales. I just this morning saw a video, and I'm sure you've seen this video, and there's hundreds and dozens of videos like this, where a brother is buried under some rubble. And I know you said we're going to hear the word rubble a lot. He was buried under rubble, and the only thing that was exposed was his head. And they're desperately trying to dig him out. And what do you think he was saying as he was buried, not knowing if he's going to survive, not knowing if he's going to be freed? He was saying the shahada. He was saying la ilaha illallah. He was remembering Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then he was calling out to the ummah, keep resisting, keep fighting, because this is a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. All that we need is sabr. All that we need is patience. He was saying, this is nothing. My 2 daughters have been martyred. My family has already been martyred. Now I ask you, what type of iman, what type of faith it takes for a person to be in that condition, not saying, oh, look at me, my desperate self. The people of Gaza, they don't need our pity. The people of Gaza, they don't need us to feel sorry for them. The people of Gaza need us to stand up for our faith. They need us to be true to our submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because the people of Gaza know that victory only comes when the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala comes, when we are true to our faith. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, لا تهنوا ولا تحزنوا. Do not grieve, do not get stagnant. أنتم الأعلون وأنتم الأعلون إن كنتم مؤمنين. That you will be victorious. You will come out on top as long as you are believers. And this statement of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the battle cry for our brothers and sisters resisting this occupation, resisting this genocide in Gaza. And my question for us right now, myself included, is if we don't wake up now, when will we wake up? When will the time come? How much brutality and suffering do we need to see to understand what is happening? For us to return to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for us to understand that our lives are not lives that we're going to live forever, that there's no such thing as a life in which we attain ultimate bliss. This life is a trial. This life is a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. مِنْكُمْ مَنْ يُرِيدُ الدُّنْيَا وَمِنْكُمْ مَنْ يُرِيدُ الْآخِرَةِ. There are those amongst you who desire this life, their end all and be all is this life. And there are those amongst you who desire the akhirah. You know, there's a story of Umar radiallahu anhu, in which he saw one of the companions holding a piece of meat. And Umar radiallahu anhu, he said, "Ma hada?" He said, "What is this?" And this companion, he said, "Hada lahmun ishtahaytu fashtaraytu." He said, "This is a piece of meat. This is some meat. I wanted it, so I bought it." And Umar radiallahu anhu, he says, "Awa kullama ishtahayta shay'an ishtarayta?" He said to him, "Is it that every time you see something you like, you just buy it?" And he said, "Well, you know, I wanted it, I desired it, and I bought it." He said, do you not fear? And who is he speaking to here? To the companions, not to the later generations. He is saying, Umar radiallahu anhu is saying to the companions, he's saying, do you not fear that you will fall under the ayah, أَذْهَبْتُمْ طَيِّبَاتِكُمْ فِي حَيَاتِكُمُ الدُّنْيَا? That you have exhausted all of your pleasures in this life? Meaning you're living your life in a way that you think all of your pleasures can be attained in this life. Meaning, what have you left for the akhirah? Where is your desire for the akhirah? And this companion just bought a piece of meat. It's not haram to buy some meat. It's halal meat. But the problem is the lifestyle of us thinking this consumeristic lifestyle. And we know that the way to blind the population, to satiate a population, to keep them hidden from the horrors that are being committed, is consumerism and materialism. Right? Keep the people involved in the next trinket, the next thing to buy. Because you know what? If you just buy this, it'll make you feel better about yourself, and then you just move on from one purchase to another purchase to another purchase. And that's why one of the amazing things that has happened after October 7th is that people are waking up to the BDS movement, which is amazing. And I was talking to someone who said, you know, they had that app out. If you don't know about the app, the No Thanks app, right? Where you could scan a product. And I heard a brother say to me, he said, "Man, everything is on here. Like everything I scan shows up as like, no, like this is funding Israel in some way." And I said, "What does this tell you?" It tells you two things. It tells you that until this moment in your life, you have been contributing to this genocide without even knowing. That's number one. Number two, that you have been seeking satisfaction from material things, and now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is now reminding you that your satisfaction cannot come from material things anymore. And when we look at our brothers and sisters in Gaza, and we look at their lifespan, and we look at what they have guaranteed to them, I often say, we think there's a difference between our life, our lifespan, and the lifespan of our brothers and sisters in Gaza, but in reality, not a single person here has the next moment guaranteed, just like our brothers and sisters in Gaza don't have the next moment guaranteed. The only difference is that they are cognizant of it, they are aware of it, they're living their life like that, and we are not. That's the difference. That is why their iman is so strong. That is why they're willing to sacrifice for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and perhaps we are not, or we are not there yet. Because I do think this is a turning moment for us. I do think this is a turning moment for our ummah, that we finally wake up and submit to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make our last words La ilaha illallah. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make every difficulty and every struggle that we go through a means for us to enter paradise. Allahumma ameen. Hada wallahu ta'ala a'lam. Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdik. Ashhadu an la ilaha illa ant. Astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
For that action. And before I dismiss the speakers here, I would like to just let everybody know that there's going to be a arts prize ceremony that's going to be happening right after this, so please stay seated. And most importantly, to all the speakers who took the time out of their day to come here. And we are very honored to host them. So all we ask is that Allah allows us to really take the knowledge that we've been bestowed with and put it into action. I mean, Jazakallah khair. And one last time, Takbir, Takbir, Takbir. And at this moment, I would now like to call up Imam Khalid Griggs and also Brother Furqan Ansari to hand out the prizes, inshallah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. This is going to be a fun session. No listening at all. So I was told to do this last minute from our committee, and if I mess up, I apologize in advance. So we decided as a part of this conference, we decided how do we engage youths, our young daughters and sons for our community. And the best way we found out is how about we do a arts contest? Maybe we have done a lot of protests. We have been part of the protest rallies and conference. So we decided to do an arts contest, and we decided 2 categories, poetry and painting. And subhanAllah, mashallah, we had great participation. Amazing paintings from all, so many kids that we have exhibition all the way on the back. If you have time, please in the break, go there and look at it, encourage those kids. We have great submissions, poetry as well. So I'm going to announce the winners today, 3 place winners. We have first and second and third in both categories, painting and poetry. The themes we set up, of course, is around Palestine. We gave them some themes. So either the painting and poetry need to be around the themes, either Palestine culture, war in Gaza, women and children of Gaza, oppressor versus oppressed in apartheid state, Israeli occupation. So that was a theme, and you can literally see that the way a beautiful painting that those children created all the way back in the hall. So I'm going to announce without delay for the first category, poetry, the third place. So we'll announce only first, second, and third. The third place winner is Hiba Fatma Alwi for poetry. And I'm going to ask Imam Khalid, our director of CSJ, to give certificates. Not yet. Do we have anybody can take on behalf of Hiba Fatma Alwi? If there's anybody, friends or family, yeah, of course, please come. Okay. You can come on stage. Yeah, you can come from here. It's okay. Okay. So we have Hiba's aunt. Second place, we have Myra Mansour. So we had a team actually for 2 girls submitted one poetry, really amazing. And actually both, I'm gonna call both of them at this stage, Myra and we have Soya Saeed. They had it together. Do we have Myra and Zoya Saeed? Okay, anybody else, anybody here that can take on behalf of Myra and Zoya Saeed? Okay, so no worries, we'll send it to them. Inshallah, we'll contact with them. Okay, so the first winner of poetry, we have Fatma Isa, the first place winner for poetry category, Fatma Isa. Right. So she received Amazon gift card, $300. For second place, we had a $200, and the third we had $100. Thank you. All right, now moving on to the next category, painting. And we have, like I said, a lot of paintings back there. So I'm going to start with the third place. The third place for painting category, we have Zainab Jaffrey. Zainab Jaffrey for third place painting. She also received a $100 Amazon gift card on third place painting. So for the second place category painting, we have Khatija Ahmed. Do we have Khatija Ahmed? And she received $200 Amazon gift card. MashaAllah. It wasn't easy for us. Our judges, it was really tough competition, and you can even see at the back, they're all amazing painting. All right, so the first place of painting, again, Fatma Isa for first place. So I know it's coincidence, honestly. Wallah, Allah knows we tried our best in very really strict criteria in the painting especially, and somehow Fatma, yes, she do get another card, $300 another Amazon. Jazakallah, ma'am, that's all we have. So I would ask for the rest of every participant for painting received a certificate of participation. And I would request you guys to meet one of our volunteers all the way back, Brother Zaid. He has certificate, so we can hand it over to you guys. Inshallah, if you're not there, we'll try to contact you and hand it. Jazakallah khair.
Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah khair, everyone. So now we have a break from 1 to 2:30. We will have Zuhar Iqama at 2:15, inshallah, and 2:15 we'll pray Zuhar on my left side. Brothers will be in the front and sisters on the back. So inshallah we'll pray Zuhar at 2:15, and we'll start the program right after that at 2:30. And I want to remind you that we have food trucks outside. You can inshallah get food from them as well. And also, if your kids are in babysitting, please pick them up. Inshallah, take them to the food, because we are not allowed to serve the food here as per the policy. So you can take your kids and take them outside and make sure to be back on time, inshallah, at 2:15. We also have our sponsors. So please go to their booth. We have Helping Hand, Harrowing Hearts, we have Continuous Charity, so please go and visit their booth as well. And then last but not least, we also have voter registration happening in some of the booths, UVA and Impact booth. So inshallah, register to vote. Jazakumullahu khairan. Assalamu
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
The Islamic Circle of North America is a leading grassroots organization which seeks to obtain the pleasure of Allah through working for the establishment of Islam in all spheres of life. ICNA has many projects, programs, and activities which are designed to help in the process of molding the individual and reforming the society at large. Inviting humanity to worship Allah is an important obligation on all Muslims. ICNA has initiated numerous national and local projects to empower Muslims in reaching out to Muslims and non-Muslims.
ICNA is one-stop shop for all American Muslims. We provide the services and opportunity for those who want to do dawah work through Why Islam and Gain Peace. If there is somebody who is interested to do charity and relief work, ICNA's amazing organizations like Helping Hand and ICNA Relief provides an opportunity to do so.
ICNA develops its Islamic workers and provides them with skills for effective communications.
We have to carry on this mission, that we learn this hidayah through Quran and Sunnah of Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we implement in our lives and we share it with our fellow human beings. So this is the main mission and purpose of ICNA for which it was established.
Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahu Akbar.
Embrace is ICNA's project to empower, integrate, and serve our Muslim convert community by providing social and educational spaces to equip them with the knowledge they need for their lifetime journey. While Islam and Gain Peace are two popular outreach projects for ICNA, these projects have initiated many activities to help present a clear view of Islam, and were initiated to share Islam with people from other faiths and to clarify many misconceptions they may hold due to biased reporting in the media. ICNA Relief USA caters to the basic human and social service needs of the underserved communities within the United States. Its mission is to promote justice through creating opportunities with young people and families to lead healthy and productive lives. Through ICNA Relief, we have served over 1.2 million people in 654 cities throughout 32 states. Helping Hand is a global humanitarian relief and development organization responding to human sufferings in emergency and disaster situations around the world. Helping Hand served over 10 million people in 2021 alone and has been rated as the #1 charity by Charity Navigator.
ICNA is an organization that comprehensively covers all of the areas that are important to the Muslim community. It has been a pleasure to be a member of ICNA and to join them in so many of the noble efforts that they've done in the Muslim community here in America.
Young Muslims is a pioneering national youth organization. It has established a well-organized network of local youth groups, which we call NeighborNets, across the nation. The goal of NeighborNet is to build a solid understanding of the principles of Islam, and by helping youth put these principles into practice. We stress the importance of knowing, understanding, and fulfilling our individual and collective obligation as Muslims.
YM provided me with a basic foundation with general knowledge of Islam, and then since graduating, I've been a part of ICNA. We've been able to do dawah within New York, and alhamdulillah, ICNA does dawah throughout the United States, and this act in itself helps me increase, my iman, my spirituality.
The Young Muslim Sisters Organization serves our community by providing essential programs for young sisters such as Sister Chill Sessions, Femil Quran classes, seminars, Project Ummah, local summer retreats, Dawah camps, and more. ICNA Sisters heavily work side by side with ICNA Brothers on different projects such as social justice, outreach efforts, and ICNA Relief. Some of ICNA Sisters' projects are Noor Magazine, online classes, Institute of Islamic Sciences, and Muslim Children of North America. The Muslim Children of North America is a special project of the ICNA Sisters which focuses on children ages 5 through 12. MCNA serves by educating young children while engaging them in a fun environment. The Message International is an online magazine of Islamic Circle of North America. The Message refers to the universal message of Islam. The Message strives to promote the values and principles of diversity through its publication. The Islamic Learning Foundation is one of the most important projects of ICNA. The main objective for ILF is enriching the lives of Muslims in general and Muslim youth in particular by educating their minds and affecting their hearts with sound knowledge of Islamic Sharia, thus deepening their awareness of Islam as a universal and eternal way of living for mankind and providing a new caliber of Muslim leaders. Every year, thousands of Muslims attend ICNA's annual and regional conventions along with their families. Relevant themes are expounded upon by the most knowledgeable of Islamic scholars. A wide array of vibrant parallel activities and programs are enjoyed by all.
This huge expansion, almost an explosion in the attendees, is that people, our brothers and sisters, are finding that they can come here and walk away with some action plans, with some very specific things that they can do when they return to their homes.
ICNA Council for Social Justice, CSJ, is a social justice human rights organization. We strive to systematically facilitate assertive Muslim involvement in the field of human struggle for the rights of the poor and oppressed in the United States. Please support our work and help us continue to fight for the rights of the oppressed. In 2022, the world is still struggling with the COVID-19 pandemic, inflation, and global conflicts. The services ICNA provides are needed now more than ever as the world recovers from the pandemic.
My dear brothers and sisters, ICNA started its journey with a 7-member organization. But with your support, your help and your du'as, ICNA has grown into the largest Muslim grassroots organization of American Muslims. This has happened only because you have trusted us and supported us and made du'as for us. Please continue to support your own ICNA as you have done in the past. Thank you.
Islamic Circle of North America was founded in September 1968. This is one of the largest national Muslim organization at this time. From day one, they were involved in outreach to the society. They were involved in the character building of the individual. They were involved in the organizing those who accepted that outreach program. In 2009, we established the ICNA Council for Social Justice.
ICNA has understood from the very start that social justice is a part of our da'wah, it's a part of our presence. That if Muslims are not committing themselves to social justice, then they're not living to the fullness of their identity. And as ICNA has always been at the forefront of so many of these efforts, now the ICNA Council for Social Justice is formalizing a lot of that, taking on specific causes of social justice and channeling not just members of ICNA, but leading the way for other organizations and other members of the community to come forth, inshaAllah ta'ala, and to take on causes that are so essential, not just for Muslims in America, but for all people here in this country.
So we established 7 focus areas. Very quickly, we established that this racism issue, the unjust immigration policies, poverty and hunger and income inequality, family destruction, global justice, Islamophobia, and injustice to indigenous people.
From the very beginning, we were very clear that this project and this department is not going to be only for Muslims, but we are going to touch upon the social justice issues that are affecting larger society, other communities, wherever there is an issue of justice. We are not only worried about issues that concern us, we are worried about issues that concern people of color, people of minorities, people who are struggling to get their immigration issues resolved.
I joined ICNA Council for Social Justice because I wanted to not sit behind a desk for the rest of my life. I wanted to do something that brings some sort of a positive, where somehow I can give a positive feedback to society. I can bring back in a good way. Social justice is about getting to the root of the problem. That's how you really fix it. So the classic example is that feeding the homeless will not eradicate homelessness. When you give that homeless person a bag of food or some cash, you have immediate gratification that you've done something good, which is fine. But social justice, how do you eradicate homelessness completely from society? That's not an immediate gratification that people will have.
The ICNA Council for Social Justice was one of the first people that joined with the CCF when we incorporated in 2010. And they've been more than just a member of the board. They have been a genuine partner with us in dealing with the kind of issues that come from preemptive prosecution.
The Muslim Prisoner Support Project of CSJ is one of the newest adventures, or not adventures, but one of the newest ventures that the council has taken on. And this Muslim Prisoner Support Project is an attempt to help Muslim inmates pre-trial as well as post-trial.
ICNA Council for Social Justice has launched an anti-bullying campaign where we train Muslim kids on bullying, because after a lot of stories were coming out of Muslim kids being picked on in school, Muslim women having their hijabs basically pulled at, and also Muslim brown kids being called terrorists in class. So we had a lot of complaints from parents, and they wanted ICNA CSJ to somehow take some part in it. So we created a whole campaign around it where we went and we spoke with researchers and professionals who do bullying research. And we put together a workshop. So now we provide it around the country for free, and we're hoping to basically go to every Islamic school and Sunday school and reach all of the Muslim communities around the country. And eventually we want to go into non-Muslim communities as well.
National Muslim Advocacy Day. It is being organized under the U.S. Council for Muslim Organization, USCMO. And in USCMO, all major national Muslim organization part of that. So ICNA, Islamic Circle of North America, is part of that. And on behalf of ICNA, ICNA Council for Social Justice facilitate all those participation in that National Muslim Advocacy Day.
ICNA Council for Social Justice that plays a crucial role in providing the logistics, the accommodation, and so many other services to this amazing large contingent that is growing so fast every year and bringing the voices of the community to their elected reps in the House and in the Senate.
I encourage you to support the ICNA Council for Social Justice, inshallah ta'ala. Help it develop, help it become a shining wing of ICNA.
I think it's very important for people to get involved with Muslim advocacy and social justice as a whole. There are very few groups that take the opportunity to represent Muslims politically. And ICNA CSJ is one of the few groups that is leading this movement, and find an outlet for them, whether it's writing articles and publications, spreading knowledge, attending protests, or even lobbying. It allows you to have that voice, and not just for you, but for your community as a whole, and to bridge those gaps in our current political climate.
It is the saying of the Prophet also that we should help the oppressor and the oppressed. We help the oppressor because we stop him from oppressing the people, and so we need to stand up in this land to help the people who need our help and stand for the social justice in this country and all around the world.
This past winter, 2018, we had the opportunity to go to El Paso, Texas, and assist the asylum seekers and translate for them and truly be there for them. Because when one hurts, we all hurt. We were also outside the Tornillo camping where they were holding minors, over 3,000 of them. And that experience was truly heartbreaking. As a single mother of one, I can only share that I can't imagine for a blink of an eye, a second, what that would be like. So Council of Social Justice, ICNA, is doing a tremendous amount of work on the ground, providing assistance. I was there as an interpreter. I speak Spanish, and we are really all over trying to help our fellow Americans.
In order to bring about positive change, we must educate the public on the numerous injustices that are rampant in our society. At the Islamic Circle of North America's Council for Social Justice, or ICNA CSJ, we strongly believe that education leads to awareness, which in turn leads to change. From our 15 chapters across North America, we strive to systematically facilitate assertive Muslim involvement in the field of human struggle for the rights of the poor and oppressed in the United States. We have 7 focus areas: family breakdown, structural racism, global injustice, issues of hunger, poverty, and inequality, injustice to indigenous people, Islamophobia, and unjust immigration policies. We currently have a number of active projects running. The Stop School Bullying Initiative was started as a response to Muslim children experiencing bullying in the school system. Working with researchers, we have created anti-bullying workshops and a number of other online resources that students, parents, and teachers can use to educate and take action. The crisis in Kashmir has seen more than 100,000 people killed, among other human rights atrocities. We are working tirelessly to bring awareness to the situation through rallies, social media, and urging U.S. elected officials and the Senate to take action. Through our Muslim Prisoner Support Project, we ensure that Muslim inmates are given full rights and are treated in a civil manner, whilst also providing them access to prayer services and Islamic education. ICNA CSJ is a key player in facilitating the annual National Muslim Advocacy Day in Washington, D.C. This important initiative ensures that issues that affect American Muslim communities and our society in general are discussed and progressed through dialogue with local and federal governments. ICNA CSJ is a nonprofit organization that relies on donations from the public. None of this would be possible without your continuous generous support. We urge you to please donate so that we can continue to advocate for social justice and bring about positive change to the U.S. and beyond.
ICNA Council for Social Justice is a social justice human rights organization that strives to systematically facilitate assertive Muslim involvement in the field of human struggle for the rights of the poor and oppressed in the United States. One of our main projects is to support one of the most neglected Muslim communities, our brothers and sisters in the prison system.
Before the program, we didn't have volunteers from the outside that were coming in here, taking their time out of their day to go get us books, to go make sure that we're able to learn properly.
Our Muslim Prisoners Support Project's main objective is to support Muslim inmates in detention and correctional facilities by providing them with prayer services, Islamic education, weekly religious classes, equipment, supplies, and free Eid meals. Additionally, we provide resources for civil rights procedures and actions, mail correspondence, and a full-fledged re-entry program.
It's been really helpful for me being a new Muslim because I'm able to participate in the Friday prayer and I'm able to get Islamic material.
I'm back connected with my religion.
It's helping me get on a better path of life and finding, my faith.
ICNA CSJ needs your help. Please consider donating today by visiting our website or email us at prisonersupport@icnacsj.org to volunteer. Thank you.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
The Islamic Circle of North America is a leading grassroots organization which seeks to obtain the pleasure of Allah through working for the establishment of Islam in all spheres of life. ICNA has many projects, programs, and activities which are designed to help in the process of molding the individual and reforming the society at large. Inviting humanity to worship Allah is an important obligation on all Muslims. ICNA has initiated numerous national and local projects to empower Muslims in reaching out to Muslims and non-Muslims.
ICNA is one-stop shop for all American Muslims. We provide the services and opportunity for those who want to do dawah work through Why Islam and gain peace. If there is somebody who is interested to do charity and relief work, ICNA's amazing organizations like Helping Hand and ICNA Relief provides an opportunity to do so.
ICNA develops its Islamic workers and provides them with skills for effective communications.
We have to carry on this mission, that we learn this hidayah through Quran and Sunnah of Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we implement in our lives and we share it with our fellow human beings. So this is the main mission and purpose of ICNA for which it was established.
Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahu Akbar.
Embrace is ICNA's project to empower, integrate, and serve our Muslim convert community by providing social and educational spaces to equip them with the knowledge they need for their lifetime journey. While Islam and Gain Peace are two popular outreach projects for ICNA, these projects have initiated many activities to help present a clear view of Islam, and were initiated to share Islam with people from other faiths and to clarify many misconceptions they may hold due to biased reporting in the media. ICNA Relief USA caters to the basic human and social service needs of the underserved communities within the United States. Its mission is to promote justice through creating opportunities with young people and families to lead healthy and productive lives. Through ICNA Relief, we have served over 1.2 million people in 654 cities throughout 32 states. Helping Hand is a global humanitarian relief and development organization responding to human sufferings in emergency and disaster situations around the world. Helping Hand served over 10 million people in 2021 alone and has been rated as the #1 charity by Charity Navigator.
ICNA is an organization that comprehensively covers all of the areas that are important to the Muslim community. It has been a pleasure to be a member of ICNA and to join them in so many of the noble efforts that they've done in the Muslim community here in America.
Young Muslims is a pioneering national youth organization. It has established a well-organized network of local youth groups, which we call NeighborNets, across the nation. The goal of NeighborNet is to build a solid understanding of the principles of Islam, and by helping youth put these principles into practice. We stress the importance of knowing, understanding, and fulfilling our individual and collective obligation as Muslims.
YM provided me with a basic foundation with general knowledge of Islam, and then since graduating I've been a part of ICNA. We've been able to do dawah within New York, and alhamdulillah ICNA does dawah throughout the United States, and this act in itself helps me increase my iman, my spirituality.
The Young Muslim Sisters Organization serves our community by providing essential programs for young sisters such as Sister Chill Sessions, Femil Quran classes, seminars, Project Ummah, local summer retreats, Dawah camps, and more. ICNA Sisters heavily work side by side with ICNA Brothers on different projects such as social justice, outreach efforts, and ICNA Relief. Some of ICNA Sisters' projects are Noor Magazine, online classes, Institute of Islamic Sciences, and Muslim Children of North America. The Muslim Children of North America is a special project of the ICNA Sisters which focuses on children ages 5 through 12. MCNA serves by educating young children while engaging them in a fun environment. The Message International is an online magazine of Islamic Circle of North America. The Message refers to the universal message of Islam. The Message strives to promote the values and principles of diversity through its publication. The Islamic Learning Foundation is one of the most important projects of ICNA. The main objective for ILF is enriching the lives of Muslims in general and Muslim youth in particular by educating their minds and affecting their hearts with sound knowledge of Islamic Sharia, thus deepening their awareness of Islam as a universal
sleepy enough to sleep directly. I remember that I was watching something on my iPod. Mama was reading something on her phone, and my brothers were sleeping. The room was so quiet. Suddenly, I saw a large light come through the room, then a strong sound, a falling sound, then something fell on me. I thought it was the wall. It happened all in 1 second. One time, the light, the sound of one silence in the room. My first thought was, a big focus and now I'm under a roof of a big building and everyone is dead. Now the whole one is around and I don't have to connect without people to tell I'm here. Not dead. I didn't scream, I didn't cry, I didn't freak out. I started to search for my phone, to call anyone, to do anything, even though I knew there was no connection. But I kept looking with my hands in the small space I had between me and the wall, and all I was thinking is, I need Baba. I need him. Where's Baba? I want him to save me, to get this wall off of me. I knew he was dead, but he was the first person I thought about and was hoping to be with me. It was a slow, quick moment. It was short, but it felt like hours. All I wrote above was at the first 10 seconds, but it felt like more than 10 minutes under the wall. I didn't know what to do, what to think. Am I dying? Is my... Ahmed, mama, 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 mama. Oh God, I can't forget his voice. He was calling her like she's already dead. A voice of sadness and suffering. A voice of someone who will fall apart soon. A voice of someone who thinks everyone is dead and his mom is dead. A voice of someone breaking down. A voice that breaks your heart into a million pieces. His voice never disappears off my mind. And whenever I remember, I start crying. When I heard his voice in the way he was calling Mama, I started to comfort him and say, Ahmed, we are fine, we are here, Ahmed. Then I heard my other brother screaming and calling my cousin to help us, if he's alive, of course. The scene at that moment was Mama saying the Shahada, Mesh crying, Ahmed screaming and calling my mom, my brothers trying to remove the wall from above us, and I'm holding my mom's wrist and trying to push the wall again. It was a terrible scene. Nobody wants to live it, but I did. After a while, the wall was removed from us. I got a quick look around. The wall overlooking the street was no longer there. I could see the street. The air was cold and everything around me was broken, and there were a lot of stones and ashes everywhere. My brothers were standing around me. Ahmed was holding his head and saying, I'm gonna lose consciousness. Mama was trying to hug Majd and say, Alhamdulillah, we are all fine. My cousin was trying to get us out of there. I'm still holding Mama's wrist, and all I hear is my heavy breathing sounds. I tried to cover my hair, then tried to get out with my cousin's help. We all got out of the room. My aunt and her family are fine. We are all in this hall together now. Then I saw my mom's head. It was full of blood. I freaked out. I was so scared. I didn't know what to do, especially since I have a phobia of blood. All I did was say, Mama, look at Mama's head. Help my mom. She's fine. Don't be scared. And started to check her and see where the blood came from. And then he said, there's nothing serious. Don't panic. We'll see her again after we get out of here. Ahmed was sitting next to her with a face full of blood too. My eyes hurt. My ears hurt. I can't hear anything. I was hugging Majd and saying, it's okay. Mama's okay. Mama's okay. We are okay. Everything's gonna be okay. It was a comfort for him, but also for me, especially since I'm still breathing very hard. We started to get out of the house and headed to my other aunt's house near here. It was a dark, very, very dark night. We started walking with no lights except the moonlight. There were no sounds except our footsteps and our scary breathing. We reached quickly and sat down and drank water. Again, it was a slow, quick moment. It's okay, I'm okay, we're okay, it's okay, I'm okay, we're okay, it's okay, I'm okay, okay, it's okay, I'm okay, we're okay, it's okay, I'm okay, we're okay. I didn't know that I would be shaking like this when I was telling what happened, but I'm shaking right now, remembering everything, remembering every detail, remembering the sound, remembering the smell of that moment. I remember the fear I felt. I remember the sound of my brother screaming. I remember the way I was that night. I hate that I remember. When we went to my aunt's house, we checked Mama's entry. Me, the one who had always been scared of blood, who was about to pass out when I saw blood. In that moment, I was the one who touched the blood on Mama's head, who checked if it was a bad entry or a simple one, who took the blood out of her face. If you ask me how I did, I would say, I don't know. I don't know how I was that strong. Where did the strength come from? We started to heal the wounds, and Mama started lying on the bed. When we finished the first aid, everyone relaxed and laid down. At that moment, I started crying so bad I couldn't breathe. I was still afraid. I couldn't understand what happened, when this happened. What should we do now? Then what? The death and we finally met. What's left? What's now? What's next? There's worse than that. I don't have much to say. That's what happens. That's what I felt. I have no idea what's next or what I have to expect. I hope we come back to our home soon. There's one thing I didn't write about, but I don't think I have the strength to do that. Maybe one day I will. I hope these days don't happen again. I don't want to remember it or talk about it. Thank you, Allah, for saving me and my family. I'm so grateful that none of them died in front of me. Allah gave me a big gift and a miracle, and I will always be grateful of that. I hope the next few days will be better and the war is over. I miss Safe. I miss Baba. I miss home. I miss life. I miss me. Rana As-Safadi. Remember her name. Thank you.
Jazakallah khairan. That was really beautiful and really heart-touching. The very next speaker is also someone who has been working on the front lines for the past few decades. Imam Khalid Griggs is a lifelong freedom fighter and has been an imam and da'i for 40 years. He is the executive director of ICNA Council for Social Justice and the chairman of the Muslim Alliance for Black and Latino Lives. And today, he will be educating us on the close relationship between the Black Liberation Movement and the movement to liberate Palestine. Inshallah, if I can have Imam Khalid Griggs. Jazakallah khairan.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم Assalamu alaikum. Crickets. I'm greeting with the greeting of Jannah, and I'm hearing crickets back in return. So let's try it one more time. Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah. Jazakallah. Brothers and sisters, before I get into the topics that I've been assigned, I want to acknowledge this being the first time that CSJ has put on an event like this. And I want to acknowledge the Dallas CSJ team and all of those volunteers and all of those little cities outside of Dallas, and recognize that this is an extraordinary, awe-inspiring event. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward all of you who were involved in whatever way it may be, whether it's cooking food, and because all of those behind the scenes activities are what really make it possible for us to be able to carry out events like this. And I want to say at the outset, if you just indulge me for 2 to 3 minutes, because I want to point out a couple of things about myself that have placed a very dear place in my heart that I can't get out. Not that I would want to anyway. But there have been a few things in my personal life that have attached me to the struggle of the brothers and sisters of Philistine. I was able to go to Philistine, occupied Palestine. I was able to go there in 1991. This was before the Gaza Strip had been closed to the outside world. And I went there with a group, North Carolina Council of Churches. And they were all Christian pastors, myself, and then there was one rabbi. But they wanted to bring people who they thought would come back and give a true picture of what was going on in Palestine. And so that trip really opened my eyes in a way that someone talking to me about it or reading a book or reading an article could not. There's a group that existed in Denmark that was called Outlandish. And they formed in 1997. They're not together today. But this particular group had a song called Look Into My Eyes. And it's a wonderful song. If you Google this, you may see while I'm making reference to this song. And one of the members of the group wrote recently that since that song actually got into the wider market in the world, that they've had over 10 million listeners to this song. And he said that every time something happens against Philistine, anything can happen in that part of the world, and people will just download the song, they just keep listening to it again and again. And one of the lines there, just a refrain that was in there, he was defining terror. And it was so pervasive in the life of the Palestinians that he was saying that terror is the very air that I breathe, that I can't take a breath without being subjected to terror, without my family being subjected to terror. So let me try to move quickly on here. And so when I went over there, I saw things that I had never seen before, I've seen since, but it's the conditions by which this 75-year occupation have forced the indigenous people of Philistine to live. And even more specifically, how the Muslims, how the quality of life for all non-Jews or non-Zionists in this occupied territory is one thing, but if you find yourself of a certain status and you're Muslim, then you have a much harder time. Brothers and sisters, this genocide in Palestine has been going on for literally almost, 3/4 of a century. It's gone on for 75 years, so it's almost gone on 3/4 of one century, but it's bridged the 20th century and the 21st century. And there was a lot going on during this time, so just bear with me while I try to set the stage, and I'll bring this to a close to just give us a little bit of the history. Because history will reward us if we dig deep enough. And when we look at the history, what was going on in the world? What was going on with the Palestinians in the 1960s, 50s, 60s, into the 70s? What was going on with African people here in the United States during that same era? So I want to just quickly go through this point. And that during this period of time, there were African people all throughout the diaspora who were gaining a consciousness about the colonial lives that we have right now, that we weren't created by God, by Allah, to have to live like this. So there were resistance movements all over the African continent. And I have to say, by tying this into a discussion about the state of Israel, that we have to understand that every anti-colonial imperialistic revolution that was taking place on the continent of Africa starting in the 50s, then into the 60s, then into the 70s, every single one where African people were trying to liberate themselves from the colonial rule that was held over them, Israel not only provided technology, but Israelis fought with Americans, with the British. They fought with others to try to put down every single liberation group on the continent of Africa. If America was on the anti-side, then Israel was there helping them at every turn. I think it's important for us to know too, that there were a lot of countries, I don't have time to mention them all, but we know about the first freely liberated country of Ghana and its president, Kwame Nkrumah. We know about Sékou Touré, this president of Guinea. We know about so many other struggles in the Congo and Mali and Chad, in Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, in Mozambique, and in Angola. All of these countries were freed from colonial occupation and control starting in the 1950s to the 1960s and to the 1970s. But just think about something that I said. With all of the movements to try to bring about liberation, people were coming from all over the world to try to resist these racist regimes from maintaining total control over the African population. Israel was present, fighting against these liberation movements, sending technology to help the white Rhodesians maintain control over that country of Rhodesia. We can go through each one of the countries and we can that connection because the connection is there. Now, what was going on the other side of the Atlantic with people of African descent? More specifically, what was going on in the 50s and the 70s, 50s, 60s, 70s? What was going on? There was a similar kind of awakening. There was a similar kind of spirit that this oppressive system that we have been living under since the time we were kidnapped and brought to this side of the world, that we've had enough, that it's time to organize, it's time to draw knowledge and experience from our brothers and sisters wherever they may find themselves. And so many of you have probably read about some of the things that happened in the United States. Many of you have probably know some of the leaders of these resistance movements. And now I'm just talking about the civil rights movement. You know their names, you know Martin Luther King, you know so many others. And running parallel to that was a movement called the Black Freedom Struggle. And in this Black freedom struggle, we find individuals coming forth, you know their names, like Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, formerly H. Rap Brown. You know their names, or if you don't, then you don't know American social justice history. If you don't know, you need to read about them so you'll be aware of what has come before you in this country. We know their names. There's so many that Allah guided to Islam in this process of trying to gain liberation for themselves and for the people. Let me go through just about three other very quick things, and I'll be done. Actually, I got almost 6 minutes here. And so let me quickly go through some information during these last 6 months. 6 minutes. There was an organization that was formed in 1960. I'm sorry. That was formed in April of 1960. This was an organization that had the acronym SNCC, S-N-C-C. And this SNCC organization was an outgrowth of efforts on the part of Dr. Martin Luther King and Andrew in Atlanta, so many other people, that this was an organization where an activist by the name of Ella Baker, brilliant strategist and organizer in the African American community. This was an organization that supported what was going on with the regular civil rights movement. But they were the youth wing. And just like many of you young people, you don't want to just talk and read and talk some more and read some more. You want to do something. And I'm advising you, don't waste your youth on just talking. Now is the time that if you're ever in life going to engage the society and try to make a difference, do it while you're young. Brothers and sisters, in 1960, something radical happened within this organization, within SNCC. And what it was an article that was written, that was intended to be used as a position paper for the organization, how this organization, a young, primarily African Americans, how they would relate to American society. But the person who was asked to write the article chose to write an article entitled "The Palestine Problem." And Ethel Minor wrote a brilliant summation of how the Zionist Israelis were brutalizing and harming and blowing up houses and bulldozing properties and doing so many atrocities against the indigenous people of Palestine. And there are those who believe that with all of the brilliant organizers who were in this organization, like Kwame Ture, formerly known as Stokely Carmichael, brilliant strategists, brilliant individual, and when it comes to dissecting the social dynamics that are causing inequities in American society. So what ended up happening was that there was an awareness, a consciousness that was building in the African American community, particularly in that part of the community who were a part of this Black freedom struggle or even the civil rights. And I don't want to make such a strong line of demarcation. And so what happened then, that there were those who were a part of SNCC and those who were a part of other organizations like the Black Panther Party for self-defense. Other organizations drew from what was in this paper by Ethel Minor called The Palestine Problem. And so we have to mention that. I don't want time to run out before I can throw this name in as well, because what I've been trying to do is set a stage for us to understand that there was a connection between African American people and its leadership with the Palestinian people. And I want to just go just a little step further in closing here, that with everything that was going on, of course, we had Malcolm X. And what Al-Haj Malik Shabazz, he visited the Palestinian village of Khan Yunis in September of 1964. In March of 1964, the former greatest boxer, heavyweight boxer probably ever, Muhammad Ali, visited a number of Palestinian camps. And they came back and they educated us about what was actually going on in these camps all across Gaza, camps that were only populated by the Muslims. The 2 times that I was over there, I asked questions, well, who are those people living up on the hill far in the distance? And the answer was always that these are the Christians that are living adjacent to, but not directly side by side of the Muslims, no matter what part of Palestine that they're living in. And so, brothers and sisters, as I close, I want to employ all of us to recognize that you and I have a sacred trust. We have a sacred responsibility to help our brothers and sisters no matter where they are, no matter if we know of their condition, then we are duty bound to help. But this African American, the mindset of struggling against the oppressor, against all odds, was something that is exhibited to a much greater degree to our brothers, our Palestinians, brothers and sisters today. So let's keep them in our dua. If there are any protests or anything concerning helping the Palestinians, I implore all of you to get involved. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Imam Khalid will not go far because now we're starting a panel discussion, inshallah, with Imam Muhammad as well as Brother Ahmed Abu Ras. This one is Assalamu alaikum. So this is a panel discussion, and it's very important, the topic that Imam Khalid Griggs just talked about. It certainly requires some discussion. And the reason why we have this panel, this was a carefully selected panel, because we have voices that are all speaking the same thing for the same cause, but we can address it from different perspectives. So we have Imam Khalid Griggs, who just spoke. He was introduced. This is a brother who I like to call his generation the post-Malcolm generation. That it was their, Imam Khalid actually grew up in an apartheid state in the Jim Crow South in North Carolina. And it was that desire to fight for justice for his people which led him to Islam. And then we have Imam Muhammad Abdullah, who was introduced previously. And one of the things that I want to highlight is that the community that he came from, he was mentored by Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin. And we cannot have a session about student protests or students fighting for justice without mentioning and highlighting one of the most prolific student activists, someone who was probably the most skilled community organizer and mobilizer, in the name of H. Rap Brown, who we all know as Imam Jamil Al-Amin. And we ask that Allah grants him justice and releases him from his unjust incarceration. I mean, so we are blessed. Nothing would be greater than to have him here speaking. And we could all be in the audience, but he's not able to be here. But we have a young brother who grew up in his community and went on to become an imam and carry on that legacy, and that is Imam Muhammad. And then also we have Brother Ahmed, who is a student or who is someone from this generation who's involved in this generation's mobilization in fighting against the atrocity that is happening to our brothers and sisters in Palestine. So it's very important that we, as Muslims, one generation learns from the generation before them. And that we know that this fight is not something that came out of nowhere. It is a struggle that has been going on generation after generation for Muslims. So we truly appreciate the wisdom that Imam Khalid just shared with us. I also wanted to give an opportunity to Imam Muhammad on that same topic of the relationship between the African American civil rights movement, the Black liberation movement, the relationship, how that relates to the issue that we are confronting today with our brothers and sisters in Palestine, inshallah.
Jazakumullah khairan, Brother Mus'ab, for the gracious introduction. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala preserve and protect you, keep you on a straight path. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As a student of Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, the legacy that we carry on is a legacy of speaking truth. That's always been the fight. You know, sometimes we get confused. We divide ourselves on ethnicity, on race, on ideas. It's really simple. It's a really simple equation. Sometimes it's as simple as the truth versus a lie. It's as simple as good versus evil. It's as simple as right versus wrong. It's as simple as intelligence versus what would be the opposite of intelligence here in America. He said Trump. Some may say ignorance, but actually the opposite of intelligence in America is counterintelligence. That's the opposite of intelligence. Intelligence versus counterintelligence. Who here has heard of COINTELPRO? COINTELPRO? It's a shame. See how many people have never heard of COINTELPRO? This is the relation between the struggle that we had going on back then and what we have now. One lawyer told me this from MLFA. I won't name who it was. She told me that there are up to 7,000 informants in the Muslim community here in America. COINTELPRO, as it has it, was a secret government organization that spied on us. It was a secret government organization. Every one of our leaders were infiltrated. Malcolm was infiltrated. Imam Jamil was infiltrated. Anyone who speaks truth and has a big enough influence, eventually the government will conspire to infiltrate. Why? Because they want to control the narrative. The opposition of truth is a lie, and the lie don't care who tell it. So what we see going on in Palestine right now is them also trying to control the narrative. Don't think that they don't have spies inside of those organizations trying to put on a front. Islam has been hijacked by people who are not Muslim. We saw that going on in ISIS. Those weren't Muslims. They hijacked us, and that's COINTELPRO. When the government put spies in our organization to try to represent Islam, actually misrepresent Islam with propaganda. And the agenda is for them to confuse the mass public, because once they get you to sign on to something or label somebody as a terrorist, then they can do to you things like genocide. They can do things that they wouldn't have been able to do. So what they did to Imam Jamil and all of our former civil rights leaders, almost all of them, was they infiltrated their organizations. They put plants and spies and snitches inside of our organization. So we have to be careful, even in the 21st century, right now in our Muslim communities, that there could be infiltration and people whispering things in our ears and trying to get us to say certain bait words and trying to get us to act certain ways so that they could infiltrate, divide, and conquer. So that's really the similarity that I see between what's going on here, what's going on in Gaza, what's going on with the Muslim community around the world, is that we have to be careful that our mission and our objective is not hijacked by people who do not represent what we believe in. That's the similarity, and that's what we need to be careful about.
SubhanAllah. I don't think anyone will ever doubt that you were mentored by Imam Jamil Al-Amin. You didn't hold back at all. May Allah preserve you and all those who came from that community. I mean, I wanted to also ask Imam Khalid, a lot of the things, I noticed you were nodding along with what the brother was saying, and you lived through a lot of that. How have you seen from that aspect the evolution of the Muslim community? Because you came in at an era when those who were embracing Islam were seeking justice because of their history. And I know this is a conference about Palestine and Gaza, and that's what we're getting at. But I really want myself to be reminded, and all of us to know about the relationship between Islam in America and young people who fought for justice. Can you educate us on that a little bit?
Yes, that's a very good question. During the era of the 1960s and 1970s in particular, most of those coming, I'm not going to say most because I don't have any data to back this up, but it seems that a large number of Muslims were coming from the African American community in particular and they were looking for exactly what you had just identified. And that is looking at a collective mechanism to help improve and change the condition, the oppressed conditions that the majority of the people were living in at that time and even continue to this day. And so Islam was looked at as that vehicle. It was that mechanism, and it provided a structure that has never been parallel, and that is just the movement of Islam following the guidance of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, who followed the guidance from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so there was a mindset that we've tried almost everything else. We've tried socialism, we've tried Trotskyism, we've tried so many different things, various iterations of communism, but they have not worked. We've tried a women's lib movement. We've on the periphery. We've tried a number of different things, and none of those things work. And so it calls to question any of us who can see what is going on in Palestine or any injustice in society itself, to see these things and not have enough understanding about our responsibility as Muslims. We see these things and do nothing about it. We just act, turn our heads, live our lives as if it doesn't impact us in any kind of way. So there's a long way to get to this whole issue about the young people with the students in particular. My greatest fear has been, since the semester ended, particularly for college students around the country, my greatest fear has been that somehow these young people will not be as engaged in demonstrations, whether it's for Palestine, whatever it may be, because of this break, because of the repression that was unleashed upon them. But if you and I are not prepared to make sacrifices for what we believe is right and just, then we don't deserve justice ourselves. It's like a child. If you put a plate of food in front of a child and the food is good and you know it's something they like, but they don't exert themselves enough to take a spoon or a fork to eat it themselves, they can't blame anyone but themselves when they go to bed hungry. It's right there in front of you. And this is what we're experiencing, in my humble opinion, what we're experiencing today. Don't waste your youth on being compromising. And in the African-American community, we talk about people like Clarence Thomas and characterizing some of the older folks as being an Uncle Tom, because he would place the interests of other people ahead of his own interests. Don't be like that. Engage.
Well, and I'm gonna get to brother Ahmed in a minute. Just want to follow up on one thing. We've all seen the brutal crackdown. You've seen a lot of protests in your life in this country. Have you ever seen something as brutal as what we saw on the campuses of Columbia and all these other campuses? Yeah. Just historically, yeah. And then we'll come. Yeah.
Yeah. Historically, there are examples. There's nothing more brutal than death. That's the ultimate kind of brutality. And what we find on the campus of Kent State, when those students were out there protesting against the Vietnam War, that the National Guard was called in, and the National Guard shot and killed, I think it was 4 of these students. And these were going to a prestigious university. These were white students. But it's the nature of repression that when those who are trying to hold on to power by any means necessary, that they will go to just unusual lengths in order to impose their will upon the people. At Jackson, was it Jackson State? It was, I think that's is it Columbia, South Carolina? Jackson State. But Jackson State is in South Carolina. And there were a number of African-American activists who were protesting not just the war, but many other things against African-American people. And students were shot and killed again by agents of the government who got permission from their governor, the South Carolina governor, come in, stop these protests, let's shoot and kill them. And so the sacrifices that the young students today have done, they're tremendous, and we all need to have that willingness to do it, but it doesn't trump death.
Yeah.
And we have a history in this country of even the machinery of government executing and causing people to die for protesting what's going on.
So, Brother Ahmed, I wanted to also pose the same question to you. And Brother Ahmed Abu Ras, he's a practicing attorney. In his student life, he was an activist and he remains involved. I believe he is he's leading the Texas chapter of the AMP. So I guess same question to you about or if you want to speak about the brutality of just a crackdown on the protesters.
I think the brutality and the response by the government and Greg Abbott and his order to crack down on these student protests is only a testament to how brave and effective these student protests have been. These students, mashallah, I mean, I know you said you're afraid of the summer break coming and these protests dying down, but these kids have proven time and time again that they will not give up, they will not rest, and they're taking it to a level that we only imagined of when we were students, right? SubhanAllah, and they understand, these students do understand the relationship between the Black Lives Matter movement and the Palestinian movement. We both face oppression from capitalist, racist, imperialistic regimes in this country. And they always label us, going back to Sheikh Imam Abdullah, what he says, that they always use labeling as a tool in their agenda to dehumanize us, right? It's always the Muslim terrorist, or it's always the Black criminal. And they use this constantly against the Black activists in this country to try to minimize what we do and our effectiveness. And then this plays a vital role in police brutality, mass incarceration, dehumanizing us as Palestinians and as Muslims, right? So I do believe that the movement is only growing stronger, and us as community members, we have to support the students no matter what happens. I mean, come the fall season, inshallah, the encampments are only going to get stronger, and I really do believe they're going to take it to another level.
Well, staying with you, I want to ask you, since you're on the ground in contact with these brothers and sisters, natural question that comes to mind, for the Palestinian students who are protesting, it makes sense. For the Muslim students who are protesting, it makes sense. But for those who have no connection to Palestine, who have no connection to Islam, what drives them to the point where they will participate in this? Doesn't matter if they get doxxed, if their career gets ruined, they're willing to sacrifice so much without being connected to Palestine or to Islam. What, from your interaction with them and working with them, speak to us about that. I think we need to know about it.
Yeah, so like I said initially, that we both face systems of oppression that interconnect, right? Like the educational system in Israel, for example, they refuse to identify Palestinians as an existing national group. Like they do not even discuss Palestinian identity or Palestinian culture within the Israeli curriculum. Similar to how the US refuses to include proper Black history and proper Black culture taught by Black professors or Black teachers in the United States. So we understand that our identities are constantly being deprived from us through an imperialist regime. And I think these students are very aware, they're very knowledgeable, and they realize that this system in place no longer works for them. And they're willing to sacrifice everything to stand up for justice.
SubhanAllah. I want to get with Imam Muhammad about this, that when we look at the different groups who are involved, I think it's very important for us to also recognize that there may be certain people who are marching with us when we're protesting for Palestine, and we agree on the issue of Palestine. Hey, we want our money to stop going to drop bombs on innocent people. But if we actually sit down and talk with some of these individuals, we may find that we don't agree on a lot of things. So, and we all have different agendas. As Muslims, we're here to live by the code that Allah has given us. How do we balance the, I appreciate your willingness to fight for Palestine, I appreciate that, but at the same time, we're not together on everything. How are we supposed to make sense of that?
I'll put it to you like this. A lie don't care who tell it. Well, neither does the truth. The truth is the truth. Like I said earlier, we're dividing ourselves on the wrong basis. The division is the truth versus a lie. And so we don't care what you believe outside of this truth that we both hold true. We can fight for this truth and then separate on those lines when we get on that discussion. The problem with us, right? Us woke people, religious people, whatever else other moniker you want to give us, we're always dividing ourselves. You know, the enemies of truth, they don't divide themselves like Christian, Jew, this, that. They just want to oppress, and they just want to cause harm, commit tyranny, genocide. They just want capitalism. They just want money. They just want greed. They don't care about nothing else. But we, the ones who's supposed to be religious, who's supposed to be woke, who's supposed to be conscious. No, you got to be this type of conscious person to be with me. When you have an eye on a certain subject, you can come together on that truth and then leave your differences aside until you get and conquer that hill first. You don't have to believe in every single aspect of every single thing for you all to come together on one truth. So we have to make the line clear. It's truth versus a lie. If you're with the truth, then you come on our side. And how can we spread that truth to our allies? How can we get them to understand what's really going on? Because what they're being fed, like we're being fed about other groups of people, is propaganda. And that's what the enemy's plan is, to divide and conquer, to get us to separate based on a lie. And then each side believes a lie about each other. Now we become enemies instead of fighting our common enemy. Because an enemy of my enemy is a friend. And so whoever has the same enemies as us should be our friends in that enemy. But outside of that, we can separate on those lines when those times come. We don't have to agree with everything, but we can agree on one thing, that whatever's going on in Palestine right now, you don't have to be a Muslim to understand that it's unacceptable. You just have to be a human being.
MashaAllah. Imam Khalid, I pose the same question to you. When we go out into these protests and you have people who have different agendas, but we agree on this, how do you think that we need to navigate that?
You know, one of the national organizations that seems to have been able to navigate those differences, and people have strong opinions and ideologies, have been the Poor People's Campaign, that's led by Reverend Dr. William Barber. And that organization characterizes itself as a fusion organization. And that fusion concept kind of reminds me of what you see almost in every place on the planet in the electoral system other than the United States. We have this binary system. You're either a Democrat or you're Republican, or you have absolutely no chance in being elected, for the most part, to national offices. All across Europe, all across the continent of Africa, there are a number of different parties that come together, and I'm talking specifically about the electoral system, that come together in coalitions that maybe I can't get all that I want, but there are others who feel the same way, and we come together and we get what we want. And that same model, I believe, it would be better, it would be more effective a government if we even had that form of voting and that kind of system in the United States. But definitely when we go out on a community level, as the brothers have already said, we don't have to agree on every issue. There are some things that individuals in the community in the United States are doing that are so egregious that you may not want to be in the same room, not to mind just being out in public, in the larger public with them, perhaps because personally you just can't deal with these things. And so if social activism is not for everybody, and you and I have the capacity to choose what we want to be involved with and what we don't. And so rather than condemning those who may be involved in coalitions or alliances that we don't agree with everything they're doing, or that there's something that we feel they're doing is so despicable that we don't want to rub shoulders with them, stay away. Just stay away. None of us are being forced to participate in any actions and any movement. But where this nation is going, and throughout the history of this country, it took coalitions, different groups of people, in order to achieve major social justice accomplishments. It's as simple as that. The civil rights movement, as a matter of fact, you can look at the number of whites who came from the North and the Midwest, came from California, who were either killed or brutally beaten or locked up and beaten, that they end up having some kind of physical defect as a result of supporting the civil rights movement, right? It took a coalition. I'm not saying that African-American people would not have been able to achieve certain things without that, but the reality is that it took influential, I hate to say it, but influential white folks to open the pocketbooks of those who had the money, who could support the civil rights movement in various ways. And they weren't all white folks. You had Harry Belafonte. Google this guy. Exceptional person. Calypso singer, actor, all of these things. And he just opened his pocketbook because he was convinced that what Dr. Martin Luther King was doing was correct. And so he gave money to that. And there were so many others. It takes a coalition of people in order to help bring about societal change. We're not like some other countries on certain continents, where you may have in a country one or two people that are groups of people that don't identify as the same folk, right? That we're not from the same tribe. Some places there may be tens of different representatives from different tribes. It's not like that everywhere. And so in America, we have the most diverse Muslim community anywhere on earth. We have representatives from every country. And the phenomena that has grown in this country as we become more knowledgeable about our deen, as we become more stable in our careers, that oftentimes there's a divide between the various elements in the community that are thwarting our efforts to get the best for everybody, and talking specifically about the Muslims right now.
I wanted to ask, brother, sorry, did you want to add something?
I was going to add something.
Please.
To that, yeah. SubhanAllah, what Gaza has done, and I think a lot of us can attest to this, witnessing a genocide live on your phone device every single day and seeing children being burned and butchered and families torn apart. What it has done is, besides the fact that it has allowed us to essentially put our differences aside, it has also allowed us to expose these people and these groups that are constantly trying to divide us, whether it's through minuscule things or different little differences that don't really matter, and they exaggerate and they exemplify these differences. For example, anti-Semitism in the Black community is way overemphasized and over-exaggerated, while anti-Black racism in the Israeli community or the Jewish community is hardly ever discussed, and it's hardly ever talked about. I mean, if you look back to 2018, 2019, and the protests that were happening in Tel Aviv by the Black community over there and how they were mistreated in Israel, it was massive protests. I think the stat goes along the lines that there's Ethiopian Jews in Israel are 760% more likely to get arrested than other Israeli Jews committing crimes. So we have, what's been happening is, because of this genocide, because of what's going on in Gaza, we've been able to expose a lot of these differences and really solidify and unify on what the main goal is, and which is, you need to be human. You need to understand that this is not acceptable, and we all are on the same page.
I wanted to ask you, staying with you, I wanted to ask you, for those of us who are not students, who haven't been over there on the campuses, this is unlike any other response to the Palestinian liberation movement in America that we've seen. Who are some of the groups? I mean, some of the groups we expected to be there. Who are some of the groups that we never expected to have their sympathies, who are actually on the ground? Can you educate us a little bit on that?
I haven't really been involved with the student encampment at UTD, and it's fairly new compared to Columbia that's been going on for a few more weeks, and they've been much more involved. But what I do know is that the students are very aware, they're very knowledgeable on what's going on, and they're willing to challenge the empire, the US empire. They know that without putting pressure, we're not able to negotiate, and they're willing to take it to the extreme by putting their lives on the line and their livelihood and their futures on the line. And a lot of students appeal to that. They're saying, like, these are my colleagues. I go to class with them. I go to school with them. I play sports with them. Why is he willing to sacrifice so much for a certain cause? And it just rallies support because of sheer just faith. Like, people see that this means something to you and they care about you, or they know you as colleagues, and it garners support from everyone around you.
MashaAllah. As we're coming to close to the conclusion, and I'll give each speaker a chance to give some concluding remarks. I had one more thing that I wanted to ask, and that was Imam Khalid, when you embraced Islam, and I keep going back because it's really important. I love what we have here, where we're hearing about what's going on today, and we're hearing about what was happening, before, and then we have our Imam here who's tying everything together for us, kind of in the middle there. When you embraced Islam, this was a time when people were basically in a very similar state to what the brother was describing the vibe is in these protests. You all, and you were even part of this wave, you all were able to capitalize on this as Allah has created every human being on Islam. And that one piece of us that yearns for justice, even for people who are outside of the deen, you all capitalized on that one thing and used that to introduce people to Islam, and that was your da'wah tool. What advice would you have to our brothers and sisters who are in the protests right now, walking arm in arm with people who are not Muslim, but they clearly have that desire for justice? From a da'wah perspective, what would your advice be?
From a da'wah perspective, I think it's very important that the overall community recognize that Muslims, because the stereotype in the community, and this is just a generalization, but my experience has been that for the most part, unless you give da'wah, unless the community individuals, non-Muslims, see that you're involved about the same issues that they're involved with. You're concerned about the fact that there's inadequate housing. You're concerned about the over-representation in America's penal system, and they have brothers and sisters and others caught up in the system. We are a part, whether we condemn this state or not, when we travel with the big blue, right? We all, for the most part, have an identity card like they had in South Africa, but our identity card is an identity card of a passport. And that's what ties all of the folks who are living here. That's the tie that binds us together. But as Muslims, we have a much stronger tie and a much stronger bond. There was something I wanted to just jump back just for a quick second to address. And that is that there have been many movements in the history of this country, from the trade labor movement to the women's movement, civil rights, Black freedom struggle. There have been a number of things. Now there's the LGBTQ movement. So it's not a new phenomena in this country for people to be mobilized around single issues or multiple issues if it's affecting a large group. But one of the things that I feel that I've identified over the years, and having been involved for so long a period of my life, is that it takes patience. Right? It's not, nothing institutionalized is going to change overnight. And if in fact you and I can agree that the most dangerous times for any empire that is losing its grip is when they're losing their grip. And what will happen as a result of that it will become more repressive. And so I just want to share that. I mean, understand that this is a social phenomena that we are witnessing, because the American empire, many feel that they're losing their grip, and they want to feel they have to do something different to hold on to authority. And so it might be a lot more pushing and shoving and getting cracked across the head and these kinds of things. And then the last thing, and I'll shut up, and that is that we have to understand that if we are not patient in our understanding and our vision about how social change come about, we'll miss little things. One of the most important things with every movement for social justice in this country that I've studied, except for maybe the trade labor movement, is that when money was withheld or money withdrawn, those movements could no longer sustain themselves at the level they were doing it, like Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. If you never heard of that, check Google will tell you who that SNCC was, SNCC. Google that. And they were a very powerful group creating very powerful personalities. And when they took a stand against the Zionists in Israel, a large amount of their funding dried up. And they were not organized in a way that they were generating their own funds, and they were needing these monies to carry out the operation. What this country understands and believes, no matter what we're trying to push in front of the public, is we have to, my humble opinion, what I've seen, you have to hit people when you're capable of hitting those that we're organizing against in the pocket, in their wallet, in their pocketbooks. Then this is when you see those who are worshiping money begin to realize that maybe it's not in our best interest to support what's going on in Israel. Maybe Starbucks, as much as we may be running in the Starbucks, maybe if we are serious, we'll collectively stop going and buying Starbucks products. And they've lost billions of dollars, McDonald's as well. I think it's only the Muslim community who, in my observation, we're the ones who haven't caught up with this particular device. Hit the companies that are supporting, and not just nickels and dimes. I'm talking about like McDonald's feeding all of these murderers who are going around raping and killing our girls and our women and men and old people, giving them, I don't eat at McDonald's, so I don't know what to think, some kind of Happy Meal, not Happy Meals, but they're giving them food during this whole time. Their food has been supplied by them. When this got out, the world community, the activist community realized, don't go to McDonald's. So they started a boycott. And so a number of these multinational corporations are shutting down operations in certain countries. This is the exact same thing that happened with the anti-apartheid movement. When there was a boycott and divestment, the students led the charge about divestment and boycott back then. And we have to push those things today, because this is what these folks understand.
I wanted to ask the same question to you, if you don't mind giving us your advice as well on that. On from the Dawah perspective, how can we capitalize on this?
Well, I think what we have to understand in America is Dawah is almost like our first obligation after our personal obligations to maintain our religion. The best form of Dawah that you can give, and I'm a da'i, first and foremost, before Imam and anything else, I'm just a da'i. The best form of da'wah we can give is with our akhlaq, our own manners. Sometimes we're the only Muslim that certain people know. These students, they're watching our behavior. They're seeing the resiliency of Palestinians and wondering where that comes from. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran that he sent Prophet Muhammad as a moral example of high standards. وَإِنَّكَ لَعَلَى خُلُقٍ عَظِيمٍ. Akhlaq azim, a strong moral standard and character, your adab, your akhlaq, your mannerisms have to be on point, because that is what people see first and foremost. So as you give da'wah, the best way to give da'wah as a Muslim is just to be Muslim. You don't have to convince anybody with a long lecture or an ayah from the Quran or a hadith. You can convince people of Islam first and foremost best with your own mannerism. They see how Muslims live, how Muslims behave, how Muslims treat their neighbors, how Muslims are kind, how Muslims always speak the truth, regardless, even if it's against one of their own selves. These examples and moral characteristics and obligations of a Muslim is the best way for us to give da'wah. Because me, as you said earlier, what group surprises you that is supporting Palestinians? For me, I'm surprised when people don't support Palestinians. Why do we think that white people ain't gonna support Islam or Palestinians? For me, I'm surprised when they don't. Like people see me as a revert, as I've come from a family of reverts, and surprised that I'm Muslim. Why? Allah gave me a brain too. Allah gave me a faculty to think and to tadabbar, to contemplate, to reflect. Why are you surprised I'm Muslim? I'm surprised you're not Muslim. I'm surprised you're not supporting the Palestinian issue. Are you a human? Do you have a brain? Do you have a heart? Stop being surprised that people join our effort. They're supposed to. Aren't we on the side of truth? Aren't we? If we're on the side of truth, everybody should join. And the fact that you're not joining is a surprise to me. So we need to question those who ain't on our side. Why are they not there? I'm surprised. Who not there? I don't care if you're LGBTQ. We might disagree on that, but you know what's going on in Palestine isn't right. You know that, right? We got to agree on that. And so the way I give da'wah is through the way I act first and foremost. And then we can come with, after they inquire, why do you act that way? Then we give them the proof and the evidence. And I'm not surprised by anybody who's coming to Islam right now, anybody who's on our side, because they should be, in my opinion.
SubhanAllah. I know we're just about out of time. I wanted to give a quick moment to Brother Ahmed over there, that if you could, no one predicted this, this genocide that's taking place. And so our response was not something that we could prepare for in terms of our protests. The time has gone on. So my question to you is, as someone who is in touch with the brothers and sisters on the ground who are trying to do something in, protesting, what do we as a Muslim community need to be prioritizing that we haven't been prioritizing? Kind of a take-home message for the audience.
So it's very tough, and I feel like it varies from community to community. The community out here in Dallas, for those who don't know me, I recently moved out here last year with my family. I'm from the East Coast. The East Coast were much more active, much more proactive and involved versus the community out here in Dallas, who's been paralyzed by certain historical contexts that happen in this community. And I feel like it's time to wake up from this bubble and put everything aside, because a genocide of over 50,000 people being murdered should be more than enough for us to say there is no going back. We're no longer playing the victims, and we need to be very, very proactive moving forward. So we need to support these students. We need to fund them and let them take the role. Let them take the leadership role. We don't constantly need them to follow our lead, and we need to be the leaders. No, let them take on that role themselves, and we just back them up and support them, inshallah.
Inshallah. I want to say Jazakallah khair for our panel. Inshallah, I'll welcome the next speakers to come up. We have Brother Khurram Malik, who is going to be presenting a spoken word piece. Once again, Jazakumullah khairan to our speakers. May Allah reward you. And if anyone's having any issues with the audio, they're recommending come more towards the middle if you're in the back, inshallah.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How's everyone doing? So everyone, I want everyone's energy right now. If everyone can make some noise, we're all here for a good cause. Let me hear everyone make some noise right now. Let's go. So brothers and sisters, listen, there's been a lot of negative attention, obviously, and it's just due to everything that's happening. What I wanted to do is I wanted to bring some positive attention and bring some light upon some of the true heroes that we've witnessed through this whole debacle. The first person I'm going to talk about is Motaz Azizas. How many of you guys follow Motaz on IG? Make some noise. So, you know, for me and for my family, we've been following Motaz from the jump, and it's like we was living this thing through it with him, you know? Like, if he wouldn't post for a day, we would wake up and we'd be worried he was okay. And so, you know, this is like a little piece that I wrote for him. So I'd love to share it with you guys. So it goes like this. Listen, Motaz, you're changing the stereotypes of what Arab and Muslim men really are like. White phosphorus dropping it come from the sky. You show us the terror you face in the night. And anytime that you're not posting, we praying and hoping that you was all right. When children are crying, you making them smile in the darkness, you showing them light. If anyone saw the things you've been seeing, I swear they would lose all their sanity. No man or woman, especially no children, should ever see so much brutality. Despite all the terrible things you've been seeing, you're teaching the world about humanity. We love you, my brother. I swear that we love you. It's like you were part of our family. Y'all can make some noise. Come on, let's go. Let's make some noise. Look, you show us the struggle the news wouldn't tell us. The fight is for freedom, yet that's the dilemma, like Malcolm or Martin or Nelson Mandela. We want liberation from those who oppress us. This land is ours, but it's them who is settling. These martyrs, they keep flying straight up to heaven. They're viewing their death as if it was a blessing. Awareness we're spreading, it must lead to progression. Yeah. So I wanted to talk about somebody else, guys. You know, it being so close to Memorial Day, and us being Americans, we're Muslim, but we're still Americans, man. And, you know, with the military and everything, I wanted to pay some homage to Aaron Bushnell, you know, active member of the Air Force who sacrificed his life. He made the ultimate sacrifice. Love that brother. All right, so look. Peter Piper picked a pepper, but he would have never guessed that this world would be complicit with genocide and all its measures. Aaron Bushnell from the Air Force, active duty member, probably see some things abroad the media don't want to tell us. Look, if you was alive during slavery, what would you do? Silence shows a bunch of you will probably have some slaves too. Silence shows that you be down to put us in our graves too. Silent now, and I got nothing left to say but shame on you. Let's go. Look, Aaron didn't have no mental illness. He's a real person. Sacrifices life and for a purpose. Man, I hope it's worth it. Look, 21. It's been almost 80 years since the Nakba happened, man, and women and children shedding tears. APEC-funded politicians, everything they say is scripted. Money and they greed valued more than the lives we live in. Aaron Bushnell couldn't take no more of this world. Is sickening. Body set to flame, now ingrained, open all our vision. All right, I gotta be conscious of time because I could be up here forever, but we got one more real quick. So if you ever talk to a Zionist and you tell them about, you know, they're gonna tell you that Palestine was offered a two-state solution, right? And they call it the Peel Commission. Well, if y'all know what the Peel Commission is, it's a joke, right? So the Peel Commission, it was written for this land and this division, try to wipe us from existence. They ain't left us with a cup to sip in, so you must expect resistance. Now, resistance, they call terrorism, yet what they're doing, they call self-defense. Committing war crimes all the time, and they're doing it with no consequence. Man, they got the best bombs and the best drones and the best guns and the best tanks. Man, they said they was trying to catch Hamas, so why they killing in the West Bank? Look. This division, there's no anti-Semitism, so much love for Jewish voice for peace. River to the sea, all it means is peacefully my people will be free. All right, so look, y'all gonna sing it with me now. Let's get hyped because Brother Sean King about to come on. We gotta get hyped for him. Dallas, Texas, let's go. All right, y'all gonna chat with me now? Now to the death of me. I go hard like my grind because it's free Palestine. Now come on, to the death of me. I go hard like my grind because it's free Palestine. Okay, let's free Palestine. Let's say we need Palestine. Let's say we bleed Palestine. Okay, let's free Palestine. Yo, yo, much love, everyone. Much love. Assalamu alaikum. Viva, viva Palestina. Let's go. Make some noise, y'all. Much love, much love. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Much love.
You didn't have to cut the microphone on me, bro. So thank you for bringing up the energy back into this room. And it is a free Palestine. And you mentioned two heroes. The first hero is Mu'taz. And the other hero was Aaron. Definitely a hero that stood up and stood up strong. Now I would like to take you guys to the next session. It's going to be a panel discussion and introducing our first guest who needs no introduction, but I'll go ahead and say a few words, starting off with Brother Sean King. If you could start up, coming up to the stage and having a seat. Brother Sean King attended Morehouse College, a private historical black men's college in Atlanta, Georgia, where he majored in history. After graduation in 2002, King was a research assistant for Morehouse History. King was a high school civics teacher for about a year and then became a motivational speaker for Atlanta's juvenile justice system. He was then a pastor at Total Grace Christian Center in DeKalb County, Georgia. In March 2010, while still a pastor, he founded homeInHaiti.org as a subsidiary of Courageous Church and used eBay and Twitter to raise $1.5 million to send tents to Haiti after the 2010 Haiti earthquake. Hopefully you can do that for Gaza, bro. On 2015, the New York Daily News announced that it was hiring King to the new position of senior justice writer, where he focused on reporting and commentary on social justice, police brutality, and race relations. Next, I'd like to call up Brother Raja Abdul Haq to the stage, please. Brother Raja is a Palestinian. Brother Raja is a Palestinian political activist and community organizer. Raja is a co-founder of Quds News Channel Network and a former executive director of Islamic Leadership Council of New York. Raja has a master's degree in political science from the Brooklyn College. Next, I would like to bring up Sister Sally Najjar to the stage, please. Sister Sally is a visionary leader and a social impact champion in the nonprofit space. While decades of experience leveraging corporate engagement to implement initiatives in international and domestic health, education, corporate social responsibility, government relations, advocacy, and policy. In addition to launching her nonprofit advisory practice in 2016, Sister Sally has notably served in executive roles with global and domestic non-for-profits overseeing all aspects of day-to-day financial and administrative operations. Sally is the middle child of Egyptian immigrants born and raised in Texas and now splitting her time between Texas and New York. Sally's most rewarding role today is that becoming an aunt to 4 school-aged children, who are also the sources of her inspiration. Sally is a Muslim rights activist and an advisor to CARE Action. Give it one more time, a round of applause for our guest speakers. So to kick off our session, I would love to just note that what's going on right now, it's almost unprecedented, particularly when we see the movements that took off from the campuses. And kind of reminds me of what happened back in the days in Vietnam. And right now, they're about to take it to a whole different level. And one way for them to do that is through advocacy and a lot of advocacy work. So I'll just want to put out the question to start off, what is advocacy? And if we just could elaborate a little bit on that and then drive the conversation of with the student encampments, then there is another angle to it through advocacy to get to the end goal of divestments. So starting off with the general meaning of advocacy and how can the students take some input for them to achieve the end goal of divestments, because we believe each university will be liberated one divestment after another. So I can start off with you, Brother Sean.
Assalamu alaikum. It's my honor to be here with each and every one of you. His question was just, can we give a definition of advocacy? And I would give a very simple definition. Advocacy is really fighting for what you believe in. And what that means is advocacy can be against something that you care about. Someone else could be advocating against your best interest, or you could be standing with people that are advocating for what you care about. But advocacy itself is kind of agnostic. It's about fighting for what it is that you believe in. And typically, it's fighting against the current status quo, fighting against the current way things are. But some people advocate to keep the status quo. Some people are advocating to keep things the way they are. So just the simplest way I could define it is fighting for what it is that you believe in. And sometimes our advocacy could be very, very effective. And sometimes it could be completely ineffective. And some of what we hope to discuss today is how can we make our advocacy more effective. And I do just want to say, just as a principle, none of us should ever accept that just because we might have lost last month or last year or the last decade, it doesn't mean that we will be perpetually losing in our battles. And I think that's why so many of us are encouraged when we see now almost 150 nations around the world recognize Palestine as a state, as we see hundreds of college campuses, even throughout the summer, having encampments all over the world. Just last week, the defense minister of Spain said Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. At that point, what that means is your advocacy has been working. And so it's very easy for us to think, I don't even know if what I'm advocating for is working, if it's making a difference. Well, we have to define what our objectives are. If our primary objective is stopping this genocide, then no, our advocacy is not working. If part of our advocacy is to lift the awareness around the entire world, well, then we've achieved that objective. More and more and more, we see everyday people. My mother, who's a sweet white woman from the Deep South, she came to an event we did last night in Atlanta. My mother has a free Palestine flag outside of her house. Like, if you knew my mother, you would understand that our advocacy on some level is working. It's just not enough right now.
Sorry. So before we jump into the strategies, let's hear from Brother Raja as well, your definition of advocacy.
I think just following what Sean mentioned, I would like to take a look at advocacy from a materialist, analysis per se, meaning that we are in a world where power is trying to suppress not just freedom, but trying to dominate how the world functions in a way that benefits power and multinational corporations. For me, advocacy is how do we understand power? How do we force power to concede our rights? Because I truly believe that rights cannot be given by just advocating and asking power for them. It's about how do we force power to give us our own rights. And throughout history, as we know, revolutions and radical thinkers and speakers and people who truly made change in throughout history have advocated in a way after they understood what it means to deal with power. So to us as a Muslim community, we truly have to not just advocate for our causes, we have to understand how power works. the dynamics of how much impact we can make and which area we can actually make an impact on based on the needs and the basic needs of our people, whether it's here or overseas.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you both for your beautiful definitions of advocacy. Given my experience professionally, just a more simplistic way, to echo Brother Sean, really fighting for what you believe in and being the voice for the voiceless, educating, creating awareness around the injustices, challenging systemic barriers, and challenging or supporting the status quo, whichever you're fighting for. I know we're going to talk about strategies here shortly, but one of the greatest examples is the, big elephant in the room, AIPAC. They are an advocacy monster, right? So we have a lot to learn from them, which is a blessing and a curse. But we have a lot to learn from them and how they've done it, because we are their threat, right? They're coming after us. And that's why we need to advocate for ourselves. They're coming after us, creating an environment of Islamophobia, creating, coming after our values and our morals, because we are a threat to them. And they know that if we're united as an ummah, as a community, that they can't defeat us. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always interesting to think about what can be the results of advocacy. And a lot of it has to do with the shift of public opinion that would lead to certain pressure, that would lead to certain results. So if we could speak a little bit of how or where the impact is for us to understand that, to work towards that. And that's if you would chime in, Brother Sean.
Well, one of the things that I like to teach, and I don't see it as a weakness. I see it as an opportunity for growth for us today and for our movement in general. I'm not convinced that if there is a broad plan that we know it. If there is a broad plan for you who are here, let's not even think about who's not here. If there is a plan that all of us could and should be participating in right now, I don't know that I'm aware of it. There are bits and pieces of plans, there are bits and pieces of strategies, but some of our lack of effectiveness, not just as we fight against this genocide, but anytime you're fighting for social change, you often are only as effective as the ability for the masses of people to repeat the plan back to you. And one of the biggest things that I'm gravely concerned about as I travel all over the country, I've traveled to 47 states. Just over the past few months, we've been to countries all around the world. When I ask good people, smart people, please share with me the plan, what people normally repeat back to me is an expert level description of the problem. Understanding the problem is the foundation of creating a plan, but the plan and the problem are not the same thing. Let me be very practical. I'm a father of 5. If my children drop a plate of food on the floor, that's the problem. That's not a plan to fix it. Understanding there's the plate, there's the food, there's the mess. That's not a plan to clean it up. What's the plan? Right now, when I ask most people, please explain what you understand the plan to be, most people will begin to describe in masterful detail the problem. And I find that that's common among all oppressed people. We are experts in our pain. We have to be. We are experts in the few minutes I was sitting here waiting for the panel to begin, so many people in the 20 minutes I was here sent me videos and photos of what's going on in Gaza right this very moment. We know the pain. And when you are in so much pain, when your sisters and brothers are literally starving to death, it can be extremely difficult for us to formulate a competent plan that you can repeat to your spouse, to your children, to your parents, to your neighbors, to your colleagues. I say this not to discourage you. I say it to encourage you that we've been as effective as we've been so far, and the masses of us aren't truly clear on what the plan is. In a lot of ways, we're winging it. We're winging it and have made it this far. An expert said that they believed now billions of people have spoken out on behalf of Gaza at this point. Billions. Imagine if 10% of us knew the plan and were operating on that plan together, walking together in the same direction with the same pace. Imagine how much more effective we would be. And so we have to find ways to make sure we have shared strategies, shared advocacy. And one of the places where we see that effectiveness going up is college campuses, where they are creating plans to force their colleges to divest. That's a plan. And many college students are saying, we won't leave until it happens. And Columbia, which is Columbia University, which is one of the closest encampments to where I live, their encampment has been removed twice. And just this week, they set it back up and said, if you remove us again, we'll be back again and again and again. So we have to sometimes see Joe Biden gave a press conference where he said there is an Israeli plan for a ceasefire. The next day, Israel said, that's not our plan. But then the resistance came out and said, we actually like a lot of what Joe Biden said, but there are three things that we would never agree to. That's a plan. They have a strategy, they have a plan. It's not that they're not flexible. And what they do is they announce it so that people understand we will come to terms, but we won't come to terms if you're not going to leave here. We're not going to agree to a plan that has you controlling the Rafah border. That's not a plan we can agree to. So we have to make sure that in North America and around the world, we know each other's plans and strategies.
And bringing it back to the divestments on college campuses, I think there has been some form of a plan that led to some form of a success story, maybe that university in California or two that ended up announcing their divestments from their administrations. So that definitely can give us a light of hope of something worked, what can we do better, and what can we learn from that? And on a practical level, that also gives us right now options and opportunities to formulate strategies, particularly with the college campuses, because college campuses, again, I'll write to emphasize, one college campus after another, once it's liberated, America becomes more liberated. And that's why the establishment is trying to, as much as possible, not make that happen for the universities. And if there's one thing that gives hope of the people in Gaza, is looking at these students. It's looking at these students, whether it's in the encampments, whether it's at their rallies, whether it's protests. All of this, we have to just find ways, and this is leading me to my next question. How can we continue to amplify our numbers, to amplify our noise, to amplify our channel pressure, particularly right now with divestment advocacy, because that is the other fold of the encampment. And I'll leave it off to Brother Raja or Sister if you want to chime in.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start where Sean finished when it comes to a plan. I agree we have to have a plan. My problem is, and the biggest problem that we have in our community as Muslims is, how do we get to a plan? How do we get to a unified plan that truly is an answer to the problems that we are facing because of American empire? Meaning, We have part of our community, sure, a small part, but they aspire to whiteness. They aspire to power. They aspire to wealth. And because of that reality, their plan is different than the plan of people like us who truly wants to challenge the empire, who truly wants to finish and end the genocide in Gaza. How can we, both of these parties, achieve the same plan? It's impossible. Because one plan is, it's okay, you can kill our people overseas as long as you give me a position in the US, as long as you allow me to have a photo op with the elected official, as long as I'm capable and I'm able to have public relation campaigns with the elected officials and the police department and the FBI and the army, as long as you accept me as an American, loyal American, then it's okay. I will advocate for certain things. However, on the other hand, we cannot deny that truly, as I mentioned early in my previous session, is that truly America is complicit in this genocide. They're partners in this genocide. The plan that we must have is to have America understand that supporting the genocide in Gaza is costly. That's how power works. Malcolm X and other radical leaders or revolutionary leaders, when they accomplished and achieved work, they understood how the power worked. They went to power and challenged it in its essence, and this is when power gave concessions. So I agree that we have to come up with a plan. My biggest problem is, what is the path that we're taking to achieve and to get to that plan? Now, adding to the conversation about universities, the reason why universities have been very successful, specifically students, is that, let's be very humble as a community. Yes, resistance is accumulative. And again, students have been learning and building after the work of previous generations of building towards the movement, from the Black movement, from the Palestinian movement and other movements. But they have something that is a little bit unique. They have this boldness, this bravery, but this shrewdness to understand the relationship between university and the colonial imperialist power of America. They understand that universities are colonial institutions that truly provide the military industrial complex, provide Israel, provide capitalism, multinational corporation, provide them with the tools and the research necessary to oppress our people overseas and oppress the minorities in this land. And because of that, they knew that their strategy has to be very specific, very shrewd, very sharp, very bold. But at the same time, it was very realistic in terms of what exactly to ask for. And to build on that is a lesson for us as a community to get out of the status quo, to truly go beyond just call your elected officials, send them a message, tell them you're upset, advocate for this and advocate for that. There's nothing wrong with that, but that is maintaining the status quo. That is what the status quo or the establishment, as you mentioned, wants us to do. They give us an allowed framework of working within, like a play box, a sandbox. We can play with it because eventually it doesn't challenge the status quo. But what the student encampment movement has done was to shatter the play box, is to get out of the sandbox and tell power, we here for the take. We here and we understand that you are investing billions of dollars in military industrial complex, you're investing in genocide in Gaza, and we command you to stop it. And we're not doing it in a sense that we're asking you nicely, because Palestinians have been asking nicely for 76 years and nobody gives a crap about us. But when these students forced them and twisted their arm and sat in cabinets, what did these universities do? The majority of them to do things. One, either conceded and gave them a little bit of concessions, or they called NYPD to crash the encampments and to oppress these students, just like America constantly blames third world countries about tyrants and police states, but they themselves are running a police state in New York City today. So clearly we're truly in an unprecedented moment in terms of understanding advocacy, but we have to take advocacy to the next level. We truly have to understand that in order for us to advocate for our causes, we have to be shrewd and sharp in terms of what we ask. And I will end by saying that I agree we must have a plan, but the plan has to be not to copy other plans, because other plans in their essence are complicit with white supremacy, in their essence are complicit with Western imperialism, and our plan must be different. As Muslims, as people, as minority who have different ideas of justice, different ideas of freedom, we must come together, unite together, and say that our plan is to liberate humans around the world, to dignify human beings everywhere in the world and not just in the West, and to demand that this power, this empire that is complete in this genocide, to end its support to the genocide in Gaza and hold them accountable for their crimes that they committed against our people overseas.
Yeah, if you want to echo a little bit on that, Sister Sally, let's say now we know the outcome of the encampment is divestment, and through advocacy, what can be almost practical strategies to achieve that? And we don't have a definite plan, but if we were to start thinking out loud, what can that look like? If there's any students within us or want to hear something of how to go upon it, what would you suggest, or how to go upon it?
Wow. First, I'm a little, at a disadvantage because I get to go last after them. I think we can learn a lot from, the encampments and the divestments. I think this is, probably witnessing what has happened, and the community at large outside of the Muslim community has been one of the most beautiful things I've witnessed in, my lifetime. And inshallah, Palestine will be free. Our efforts, will not be in vain, but subhanAllah, like this is our responsibility now. So, this is our responsibility now. This is a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Like we will be asked about this on the day of judgment. What did we do? We can learn a lot from the divestments. I think that the message that is clear and why so many people are targeting them and wanting to shut them down is we are powerful. The Muslim community, mashallah, is a very powerful community. We have the support. We have successfully advocated on certain levels to raising education and awareness, to challenging the systemic barriers that, in the status quo, as Sean mentioned earlier. We're not going to sit quiet anymore. I'm not trying to say we've been quiet, but we haven't been loud enough up until now. And we're finally being heard. And people are acknowledging, the oppression. There's it's whether it's a college, campus, whether it's, voting for elected officials, it's a blueprint. We don't have to recreate the wheel. I understand we're not going to use, we don't need to use plans that are complicit in white supremacy and have led to where we are today. But there are strategies and there are fundamental foundational factors that can be utilized. And I think the most important thing is we're not in this alone. We as a united ummah cannot be defeated, inshallah. And we collaborate. There's organizations like, why are they escaping me right now? But so many other faith-based organizations, not-for-profit organizations. Like, subhanAllah, right now, there are so many Islamic 501c3s, there are 501c4s. I'm speaking in my personal capacity, but I'm volunteering with, PACs and super PACs. So we can go and challenge, the APAC and all of the other opponents to our causes. We live here, right? We're not complicit in the genocide, but we're contributing to it via our tax dollars. So, sorry.
That brings me to a great transition point, and thank you for mentioning that. We also need to remember our vote is a protest. And we, as Muslims in general, we have the numbers, we have the resources, we have everything that can allow us to mobilize. And particularly when it comes to folks who are sitting in positions where they're meant to represent us, but they don't, it's about time for us to really start mobilizing together and using our power of votes to start seating and unseating individuals who don't represent us. As simple as that. Like the students are going to divest from their administrations, we're going to start divesting from our city council members. We're going to start divesting from our representatives, whether it's in Congress, whether it's in the Senate. Muslims have that power and that ability, and we are in the process right now to start mobilizing that. And we have come a long way. Unfortunately, it took a genocide Joe to wake us up to that reality. But if it took a genocide Joe allow us to see the power that we have in our own hands right now in the swing states, the power of the votes is in the Muslim hands right now. And it gives us an opportunity, if again we come in unified numbers, to see and unseat somebody and just show them that through our unity, us Muslims, we have this power, this ability. I'm sure we're going to be more revered and more respected. And if you guys want to chime in a little bit on that, of how our votes and how our can be utilized towards that.
Sure. No, speaking of plans, and I agree with everything that my fellow panelists have said about the nature of plans, the difficulty and challenges of the plans. Let me share two ideas that I have, and feel free, anything that you hear me say now or later, these are my personal opinions. I want you to have your own and investigate your own thoughts and feelings. One thing that would be very, very useful right now would be a scorecard with grades of A, B, C, D, or F, or maybe even a score of 1 to 100. It could either be we score politicians just purely on Palestine or on genocide or on human rights, so that we understand that it may be the case that in Congress, there are only 3 or 4 people that have a score of A. There might be only a dozen people that have Bs, but we need to know who is an A, who is a B, who is a C, who are the Ds and Fs, and what are we supposed to do about the Ds and Fs? How do we raise against them? How do we vote against them? The flip of that is true. How do we make sure that those who have an A on the issues that we care about, how do we make sure that they have the budget and support they need from us? What I know right now is that we have a hunch who's with us and who is against us, but something as simple as a score from 1 to 100 could be very, very useful. Do you agree? That could be useful. Secondly, this is my opinion, and it's a question that I get everywhere I go. People are still very much confused on how to vote in the presidential election. So I want to tell you how I'm going to vote. I have been a political independent for at least the past 6 or 7 years, but I have voted personally, and feel free to critique it. I have voted for every Democrat that's run for president since I've been 18 years old. I'm 44 this year. There is no way you could put a gun to my head. You could offer me $100 million. I would never vote for Joe Biden. It's an impossibility. Now, please, if you may have seen a video of Donald Trump last night at the UFC saying he is going to end the war in Palestine. He did an event last week where he said he was going to double down and wipe out Gaza.
7 months down, too.
Yeah, he did an event last week where he said he was going to deport not just Palestinians, but he was going to deport any protesters. These are the things he says. It wasn't that long ago where he was widely believed to be the most Islamophobic president in American history. I want us to understand, though, that people are going to try to scare you into voting for Joe Biden by saying, you do know that Donald Trump is atrocious. In New Jersey, where I live, thankfully, we have on our ballot a choice to vote for Trump, a choice to vote for Biden, and we also have a choice of uncommitted. And it was Palestinian attorneys and organizers that fought so hard for that. It is my belief, and it's my position, and it's my plan and strategy that the Democratic Party needs to fully understand that when you support and argue and defend and fund a genocide, it will cause you to lose elections. Now, that might mean that 2025 and 2026 are hard for us, But what is 2024? It's not hard. We need to be sure that for the first time in my lifetime, a politician truly pays a price for war crimes and genocide in this country. We've never seen it, and this needs to be the first time. Hell or high water, by any means necessary, we need to have the peace of mind of knowing on the Wednesday after Election Day that we organized to make sure the man that looked people in the face and lied and said he saw videos of babies being beheaded. We need to make sure that this man understands, that his party understands that there are consequences and repercussions, and we're willing to pay the consequences and repercussions as well. Whatever the fallout is, we will endure that fallout, but you can't do what he's done and win another election. I hope we're at least clear on that much. Now, he was never going to win Texas anyway. He was never going to win Texas. But listen, you don't just have friends in Texas. You have friends all over the country. You have family all over the country. And you need to make sure that they understand the consequences. Let me be clear. Democrats in the House partnered with Republicans and publicly signed their letter of invitation inviting Benjamin Netanyahu to speak on the floor of Congress.
Shame.
How? How? This was not just conservatives. Don't believe that lie. They are working together, lockstep with each other. And they can do that. That's their choice. Now we have a choice to make them pay the price for their foolishness and their evil. And I want you to have the peace of mind the day after Election Day to know that you played a role in at least stopping one genocidal monster from having another day in office. Somebody say amen.
That basically ate up all of I wanted to say. But you were nice enough and kind enough to articulate it in a way to say we should not be voting for Joe Biden. I want to add and say it will be a shame on our community if Joe Biden is elected as a president next year. It's truly a shame. Someone who has not only allowed a genocide, but actively participated in a genocide, crushed any dissent that highlighted that genocide in Gaza. So it's truly a shame on all of us if this guy gets elected again. Now, I love where you ended, so let me add a little bit on it too. When we talk about advocacy and electoral involvement, electoral politics and involvement in politics, there's two ways to look at it. There's the ethical way, which is what we're just saying right now. Joe Biden cannot win for his participation in this genocide against our people overseas. But what's more important than that, in my opinion, especially if you want to talk about politics, is that, as you mentioned, we have to be clear about this. There is no difference between Democrats and Republicans when it comes to the oppression of our people here or overseas. That's the reality. Obama, the so-called most articulate president, who was unfortunately also was black, what did he do to the black community in America? Let's be honest. Did he end systematic oppression? Did he end systematic racism? Did he fix police brutality? Did he end Guantanamo Bay? Did he leave the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan? Absolutely not. So the most so-called progressive president of the United States continued to the oppression overseas. America is an empire. And the illusion of choosing between an evil and a lesser of two evil is truly a distraction for us. And that leads me for me to say and articulate that we need to understand politics in that regard and have no affiliation with the Democrats or Republicans on an ethical ground. But at the same time, politically speaking, materialistically speaking, from a beneficial point of view, we have to choose who has the best program for us. Absolutely. I want to remind you as well of an amazing Muslim leader, Dr. Sami Al-Aryan, who was unfortunately expelled out of this country. He was in Tampa when you remember the election of George W. Bush. He understood, him and the community in Tampa, understood that this distraction and this illusion about Democrats and Republicans was just a waste of time. He understood that in order for our community to accomplish advocacy, for us to accomplish and gain our rights, we have to play politics the way it should be played, because they understood power. He went to both candidates and he said, I have a big concern and a big issue for the Muslim community. It's called secret evidence. And whoever pledges to get rid of it, we as a Muslim community will back them, because we want to gain some kind of rights for our Muslim community. And when George W. Bush came back a couple times and went back and forth, eventually acknowledged and he pledged that he will do it, then the Muslim community gave him the vote. Of course, later on, September 11 happened, and we've never seen the fruits of that political maneuver. My point of mentioning this, whether you agree or disagree, is that we truly, as a Muslim community, we need to stop being taken for granted by the Democrats. The Democrats do not care about us, because no matter what happens to us, we will always vote Democrats. That is not good. That is exactly of a suicide, political suicide for our community. When you're constantly voting Democrats, when you're constantly pledging for Democrats, why would the Democrats take you seriously? If I'm keep hitting you and hitting you and hitting you and hitting you, and you keep telling me thank you, thank you, thank you, why would I ever stop? Now, by saying this, of course, as you mentioned, I'm not saying go vote for Trump, even though at this moment, the lesser of the two evil, it's clearly Trump, not Joe Biden. Because Trump did not commit a genocide and killed 40,000 million Muslims. That's the reality. Joe Biden did that. So do not be alluded and lied to by being told that Trump is worse than Biden. Why? Because he's openly racist. I mean, they're all racist. Some choose to be open, some choose to be closeted racist. But what matters to us as Muslim community is not the nice words that come out of Obama's mouth. What matters to us are policies that protect our people from genocide. So truly, we have to function from an ethical point of view, but as well as from a materialistic understanding of politics, and understanding that we only vote for the people who truly are going to be benefiting our people here and overseas.
Yeah, and that is a very, very vital point that Brother Roger brought up. And I think Malcolm X echoed it back in the days by saying how the black vote should not get confused by what matters most. It's who has the most. We have to be principled. And with our principle, who has the best representation for the Muslims? It's up to us to pick and choose who is going to fulfill that role. Somebody gave me an example of what the blue and red is. It's like Pepsi and Cola. One is Coke, the other one is Pepsi. It tastes almost the same. It doesn't have too much benefit to you unless you put the benefit. And I think it's about time for the Muslims to really step up and become an example of what leadership looks like, because we are coming from a faith that has all solutions to all the problems, and it has answers to all the questions. So I just want to wrap this up, and maybe if we could take some action items of, we talked and touched on so many dimensions of what advocacy can look like, particularly within this room. What would you guys think that can be some actionable items that we can leave this room and hopefully move the needle forward towards this plan that we're still trying to develop, but hopefully one step in the right direction at a time? Starting with sister, since you have the mic in the hand, and we can finish up with Brother Sean.
I just wanted to mention to Sean, so the C4 is currently, it's not going to necessarily be a scorecard for all of them, but they're definitely working on voter guides and endorsements so that we know who is aligned with our values and who will represent us consistently. And they're going to do the research, and a lot of the candidates that they've already endorsed have proven to be on our side. And those are the ones that we consistently see voting against, funding and sending ammunition and so on to Israel. I think for me, the most actionable item, we need to be supportive and unified in what we're doing, whether that's supporting, charitable organizations, again, 501c3s, which are tax deductible contributions. I know a lot of people shy away from donating to 501c4s and PACs and super PACs, but we're not trying to get a seat at the table. We're creating our own table to fight against that, right? And so we need to mobilize and organize and support the Muslim organizations that are doing this and that are fighting for us, because collectively that's who is going to advocate for us, whether it's on a grass top level or a grassroots level, whether it's community, whether it's lobbying, the state and Capitol Hill. And one thing that we can do at a minimum is go out and vote not just in the presidential elections. We have to vote in, for our city elections, our state elections, whether it's the school board, whether it's the city council, whether it's state legislation, whether it's, U.S. Congress, president. We should be voting in all of those elections, because the reality is, when you look at the history of these elected officials, they started off as an elected official on a school board, right? 10 years ago, they were on the school board. Then they went to the city council. Then they became a state representative. Now they're representing, the state in Congress. And so I'll be the first to admit, back in the day when I was when I first started voting, I only voted in presidential elections until I recognized and understood, my responsibility, but the direct result that comes out of these elected officials. And the school board is, determining what our children are being educated.
A quick restroom break, and nothing serious, guys.
Anyways, but there's, my main takeaway is we have the divestments, we have the encampments, we have the movements, we have the protests, we have the rallies. We need to continue to do this. This isn't a short-term strategy. This is long-term, and we are in it for the long term. And so, but at a minimum, if I could just leave, as Omar mentioned, our vote is a protest, right? Whether you're voting against something because it doesn't align with you, or whether you're voting for something because it aligns with you, at the end of the day, I just hope, as citizens of this great nation, that we at least ensure that we go out to vote.
If you have any action items that you want to close off in regards to advocacy or policy.
I think the most important thing I would like to advocate for is maybe a message to our community more than anything, is to pass the baton to the youth. Clearly, the students know how to deal with things, know how to muscle with power, have the commitment, the knowledge, the shrewdness. And I really urge the elders and the leaders of the community to trust the youth more and allow them to be able to lead and try different strategies, because I think we've been for many decades, we've been asking the Muslim community the same things over and over again, and clearly not a lot of these strategies are working. So maybe it's time to bring in a different perspective, bring in the youth, empower them, and allow them to make choices that might be a little bit outside of the box. And I bet you, and I will end with this, is that speaking as an organizer, someone who worked in the Muslim community for too long, if these students came to our Muslim leadership and told them, can we do a students' encampments? Many of you know the answer. The leaders would most likely tell them no, because they want to avoid risk. But after the students proved how beneficial that was, how amazing that was, everybody jumped on the bandwagon and realized that that is important. So clearly, these youth are seeing something different. They're nurtured different. They didn't come with the package of back home mentality. I'm a father myself, so I have that. They didn't come from a September 11 mindset where you have an identity crisis. You don't have this package of being worried about being called a Muslim terrorist and go back to where you come from. Clearly, these guys understand the world a little bit different and have the commitment, have the bravery, have the shrewdness. So let's trust the youth. Let's give them power. Let's give them leadership positions and let them drive. And this time, hopefully, they can come with different strategies that are different than what we've been doing for too long. And hopefully, we see the fruits of their mobilization.
Most definitely. It is very inspiring that what the youth are doing, their boldness and their creativity and really challenging the status quo. I think it's something that's very commendable. And there's a saying, the wisdom of the elders and the energy of the youth. When that two forces come together, I think there's a lot change and impact can happen. I just want to give one last thanks to our guest speakers, Sister Sally, Brother Raja, and Brother Sean King, who's taking a quick restroom break, and be right back with us. And with that, we'll conclude this session. Thank you so much, guys, for listening. And it's free Palestine until Palestine's free. So with that being said, we will be bringing up our platinum sponsor, Helping Hands. And whoever doesn't know Helping Hands is a organization that's been on the ground in Gaza, one of the very few ones who are actually sending help, support, resources, and assistance on the grounds. There are platinum sponsors, and I'd like to bring up Sheikh Yusuf to the stage to give us a little bit about Helping Hands and play a video.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm truly speechless at this moment.
Have been a lifeline.
Very overwhelmed.
Sisters in
because at this moment and at this time, people are actually dying in Rafah. And wallahi, as I was trying to put some thoughts together, I'm struggling to do so. So I would like to start with few verses from the Quran with the hope that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala descends some rahmah to those who passed away, to shower them with His mercy, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ الذين إذا أصابتهم مصيبة قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون أولئك عليهم صلوات من ربهم ورحمة وأولئك هم المهتدون. Ya Allah, Ya Allah, at this moment, at this time, we ask you and we beg you to descend your rahmat upon those who passed away today, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ya Allah, we ask you to heal the hearts of the fathers that they lost their babies, Ya Rabbal Alameen. And we ask you and we beg you to heal the hearts of the mothers who lost their kids, Ya Rabbal Alameen. And to heal those who lost family members in this conflict, Ya Akram al-Akrameen. Ya Allah, we ask you to unite the fathers with their kids, with the companionship of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the highest rank in Jannah, Ya Rabbal Alameen. And Ya Allah, Ya Kareem, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, we ask you and we beg you to free Palestine, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ya Allah, we ask you to free Palestine, Ya Akram al-Akrameen. Ya Allah, Ya Kareem, we ask you to liberate al-Masjid al-Aqsa, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ya Allah, we ask you and we beg you to show us justice to the oppressors, to the transgressors, to those who killed those innocent people in the Holy Land, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ya Allah, show us justice here and in the hereafter, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ya Allah, we wanted to see this justice now, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ya Allah, we ask you and we beg you to give us an immediate relief to our brothers and sisters in Palestine, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ameen, Ameen, Ya Akram al-Akrameen. My dear brothers and sisters, just have few words, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, and that's related to one ayah. As I was driving to this convention, I had this thought in my mind. Allah said, هُوَ أَنْشَأَكُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ وَاسْتَعْمَرَكُمْ فِيهَا. The only time that Allah mentioned this, it was Surah Hud, and He said, I have created you so you may establish this earth, you may leave a mark in this earth. And what's going on in Palestine right now, it's a wake-up call to all of us. It's a wake-up call to tell us that you no longer live for yourself. We live in a very materialistic world, very individualistic world. Everybody's concerned about himself, my concerns, my challenges, my desires, my accomplishments, my dreams. But here Islam tells you something different. Islam tells you now to flip the script. You live for something higher than yourself. You live for a greater purpose than yourself. And subhanAllah, we really value, I'm so proud of our brothers and sisters that they're working with Helping Hands, that they're actually on the ground right now, putting their lives on the highest risk by providing this aid and assistance to our brothers and sisters in Palestine right now. And I want you to actually consider being part of this khair. You can hear amazing lectures here, but as Imam al-Ghazali rahmatullah alayhi said, al-ilmu bila amalin junoon. We should attain knowledge, and this is amazing because we need to be aware of what's happening out there. But that has to be with an action. And I'm actually asking you today, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, to do that action. Before you leave, consider Helping Hand or other organizations. Alhamdulillah, I'm so proud of them because during this difficult time, they are very concerned about our brothers and sisters in Palestine. They're putting their lives in risk. They're providing this aid and assistance. So be part of this khair, inshallah. Barakallahu lakum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakallah khair. I mean, it is, alhamdulillah, grateful that we have outlets for us, our resources to get all the way to Gaza. Next, I would like to bring back our brother, Sean King, and he will be addressing his speech. Give it a round of applause, guys.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. So honored to be here with all of you. And if you can't hear me, I'm not so handsome that I want you to look at me for 20 minutes and not hear me. So please come forward if you can't hear in the back. It's my honor to be here with you. I want to be able to share just a little bit about my story and my faith story, and I hope that it encourages you. But in the time that I have remaining, also want to leave you with something that I hope will encourage you to take some really important next steps. I don't think I would be here right now, and it breaks my heart because I wish that I could say otherwise. I don't know that I would be here as a new Muslim if not for this genocide. It was me studying and witnessing the faith of Palestinians up close and personal in Gaza, in the West Bank, day in and day out, that first just caused me to ask myself a very simple question. It just caused me to say, how? How are they able, this is October 15th, October 20th, how are they able to see and endure and experience what I am seeing, which almost right away were the worst things I've seen in my entire life. And I have worked in trauma-filled spaces my entire adult life, but I've never seen anything like what I've seen here. And I actually traveled to Texas. This was in November. And Imam Omar Suleiman, he and I are dear friends, and we've been friends for almost 10 years. And he actually, this is how I know he's in Texas. He picked me up in a huge pickup truck, which is particularly Texan of him. And we just parked and talked. We were supposed to go out and eat, and we just parked and talked. And I'd already shared with him that I was really very close to accepting Islam. And he has been on this journey with me actually for almost 10 years. And I asked him a question, and I said, man, what I don't know, and I just need clarity on this. I don't know if what I'm witnessing is just Palestinian culture, and I'm in deep admiration of Palestinian culture, or is what I'm witnessing, is this Islam? And he said, actually, he said, it's not either or. He said, yes, Palestinians have culture, and that culture is beautiful and it's unique, My question to him was actually about Palestinians and Yemenis. And I said, I don't know if I'm studying our brothers and sisters in Palestine and in Yemen, and I just admire their culture, or if it's Islam. And he said, no. He said, Sean, there's all kinds of beautiful things about Yemeni culture and Palestinian culture. He said, but what you see that you are describing for me that's touching your heart, he said, it's not culture, it's Islam. And they will tell you that. Gladly, they will tell you that. And that was the moment, just right there in his pickup truck, in somewhere in Dallas. I don't know where Dallas begins and Plano ends, and where Dallas begins and Irving. Like it all just blends together here. So we were somewhere. It was in that pickup truck that I realized this is what I want. And these past few months, where my wife and I, we flew back down to Dallas. We took Shahada here in Dallas with the community there. And these past few months have been so beautiful for us, and we've been so happy. And the best I could explain it to people would be this. Many of you, I know, have already told me, Sean, I have been praying that you will become a Muslim for years and years. And some of you said your whole family had been praying. And many of you told me you thought I already was a Muslim and didn't know that I wasn't, which I was also very honored and touched by that. I have to compare it to this. All the work that I have done as a friend and advocate for Muslims, I would compare it to when my wife and I first became parents. When my wife was pregnant with our first baby, it was all the way back in 2001. And there was barely internet back then. There was barely Google. And kids, you may not remember these days, but way back in the day when you wanted to learn something, you had to read a book. And so we went out and we bought all the books you could on parenting, and we read the books on parenting. And then the baby came, and we immediately realized that there were 100 things about raising babies that were not in the books. And for us, in a lot of ways, we have felt that Islam is very much the same way. You can read a book about Islam. You can attend a conference. You can watch a YouTube video. But it's really something meant to be lived, something meant to be practiced, something to base your entire life around. And so all of these years of me advocating and supporting Muslims, I've been fighting for Palestine for almost 25 years, since I was a college student. None of that prepared me even for our first week as Muslims. We have a deep peace, a deep happiness, and I want you to hear that from me. But I heard something that immediately concerned me. And as a new Muslim, I find myself so desperately wanting to make sure that my wife and I, my family and I, that we honor the words of the Quran. And there's something strange for me as a new Muslim. The way it's been told to me is, at this point in the early days of my faith, Allah will hold me accountable for what I know, but Allah will not hold me accountable yet for what I don't know. And so the danger is, the more I know, the more I realize there are things that Allah will hold me accountable for and hold you accountable for. And I heard something that I thought was so beautiful and so profound, but it actually deeply concerns me and concerns me for myself and all of us. There was a beautiful hadith that says something that resonated so much with my spirit. And at first I thought, this is beautiful because this is how I try to live my life. The hadith was about good and evil. And forgive me, my wife and I, we were traveling to Turkey, and we're spending 5 weeks, and we're doing an Arabic immersion program, and all of our teachers are Syrian, and that's from July and August. But and she's going to be so much of my wife is at least 3 times smarter than me, so she may come back speaking Arabic, and I will come back with a wife who speaks Arabic, and I'll come back with Arabic books, and I will try my best to know more I wish I could quote this in Arabic to you, but the way I understand it, and I just read it again. The hadith basically says, when a Muslim sees evil, we are obliged, and the order is so important, we are obliged to stop it with our hands. And if we cannot stop it with our hands, we must then try to stop it with our words, with our tongue. And then it says something that at first I thought was beautiful, but then it stung me a little bit. It said, if you're not effective with your hands, you're not effective with your tongue. It said, you can at least feel it in your heart. But then the final part of the hadith says, this is the weakest part of our faith. It's profound that it didn't say, start with your heart, then use your words. Then if your heart and your words don't work, then use your hands. It doesn't say that. It says to start with your hands. And here's my fear. A clock here says I have 3 minutes. Can you please give me 7 or 8 minutes? Okay, just whoever's doing this, just add a couple of minutes and do that as a blessing to me, please. Go for it, bro. I know, because thank you. I know what you've told me, and I know what's in my heart. I know that let me just speak of myself, and you can think of yourself. I know that I have not done all I could do with my hands. I know I haven't. I know what my hands are capable of. I know what's in my heart. Here's what I'm concerned about, sisters and brothers. I have grown so frustrated with humanity that I am no longer convinced that if people were being murdered in the room next door, I'm not convinced that me and you have the courage to go next door to stop it. I no longer believe that if your neighbors were being murdered, that you would actually go with your hands to stop. I don't believe it. Please, just listen to me for a moment. Maybe you would call 911. That's your words. That's your tongue. Maybe in your heart you would wish the murder next door wasn't happening. But let me just speak to the men for a minute. I am no longer convinced that your muscles mean anything. I am no longer convinced that the power and blood and nerves that you and I have in our body means anything, because you're not using it. Not just you, but me and the billions of us. How humiliating is it that we are almost 2 billion strong and we can't get a bottle of water into Gaza? I am ashamed. I am appalled. And let me tell you who is ashamed and appalled, and I know because they tell me, they post it online. Our sisters and brothers in Gaza, for now almost 9 months, have looked into the cameras and consistently said 2 things. Where are the leaders from the region? And where are the Muslims? Are you a Muslim? Am I a Muslim? Is that who we are? Do you believe the words that said, if you see evil, you must confront it with your hands? Do you even believe that's true? And if you believe it, why are we not acting on it? I think I know why. It's because we're afraid. You're afraid to lose your job. You're afraid to lose your physical security, your physical safety. You don't want to die. You don't want to be injured. And we've started to use excuses like, oh, I don't know what to do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. What do you mean you don't know what to do? Would you know what to do if someone was being murdered in the room next door? And if the hadith says stop it with your hands, let me tell you, putting a phone in your hands is not what that hadith means. Yes, a phone is in your hands. It means physically confronting the evil with your body. It's what it means. And part of why we are so unsettled, I cannot tell you, sisters and brothers, that I'm not ashamed to say this, I cry at least once a day. There have been days where I've cried multiple times a day. There have been days where I have been so distraught at what I've seen that I have rolled on the floor and cried like a baby. That's not normal for me. And I realize that I'm crying in part out of desperation because my own body knows, my hands know they could do more. I know they could. If a genocide is not a time to use your hands, what is? Why do you even have hands? What are they for? I'm embarrassed. And I won't say it, I'm embarrassed at myself. Now people say, well, Sean, well, what do we do? Let's not be obtuse. Don't feign confusion. It's outrageous that we're 2 billion strong, but can't evacuate children right now that need to be evacuated or they'll die tonight. For 24 days, no medical supplies or no food, nothing has gotten through the Rafah border, nothing. The news refuses to tell you about 2 very courageous Egyptian young men who almost were finished with their military service and were so distraught and traumatized by what they were seeing at the border that they literally took their guns and decided to take on the whole Israeli army all by themselves. I'm grateful for those 2 young men. In fact, all of Egypt was so grateful for them that protests broke out. And guess what the leaders did? They arrested the protesters because they don't want an uprising. I am convinced, sisters and brothers, that no one is coming. It's us. It's you. Maybe you say, well, Sean, I'm not a soldier. You're a man. You're a human. You're a woman. If I ask this very simple question, if you could go to Gaza now to make a difference, would you? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. If you could go now, would you? I just don't think that that is the impossibility that we've convinced ourselves it is. And I'll close with this. This notion that permeates daily life in Gaza and in the West Bank and truly permeates the lives of oppressed people around the world, particularly oppressed Muslims, is this. It is hard to break the spirit of people who know that death is not the end. And there are worse things. Hear from me, there are worse things than death. There are worse things than dying for what you believe in. There are worse things than putting your body on the line. You know what's worse? Seeing a genocide and going home and watching the game. You know what's worse? Listening to me talk about genocide and opening up your phone and going to Yelp and finding a wonderful place for dinner tonight. That's worse than death. And I want us to have the peace of mind of knowing that we pushed ourselves. You heard our brother who did spoken word poetry lift up the story of Aaron Bushnell. I don't want you to set yourself on fire, but when I saw what Aaron Bushnell did, I understood. That's how desperate he was to make a difference. My first thought was, I wish he accepted Islam. I wish I had gotten a chance to meet him, to show him how to live his life to make a difference. He did what he thought he could in the moment, and he was desperate. Are you desperate? I know you are. But there's some divide between the desperation in our hearts and the lack of action that we're taking. And I think it's fear. It's fear. I am having to go. We have another event that we're doing in Dallas. I'm so grateful. I love the team at ICNA, and I wish that I could be here with all of you longer. I will, inshallah, come back to Dallas as often as I can. It's becoming like a second home to me. But I can't confront your fear, sir, ma'am, I can't confront your fear. You can't confront my fear. You have to confront your fear, sir. Ma'am, you have to confront yours. I have to confront mine. The beauty is, Allah will not hold me responsible for your fear, but we'll hold you responsible for yours. Do not allow fear to be the primary operating principle of your life right now. It must be faith. It must be the guiding principle of every decision we make from this point forward. And I say this with hope that I don't believe we've even scratched the surface of what we're capable of. I don't believe it. And together, this is my final point. Thank you for the extra time. That as taxpayers in this country, we are funding this. That's devastating. Every dollar we earn, we don't even have a choice. They take it out. Like, we don't even get to opt in or opt out. They just take it. And to the tune of billions and billions of dollars, we are paying for the very bombs that are not only breaking our hearts, but are causing this genocide. Therefore, I truly believe we bear a super responsibility for confronting it in a way that I don't think anyone else in the world does, because it's actually our money that's paying for it. And the only way I know for us to begin to balance that out is the Hadith. Confront it with your hands. And then only after you've tried to confront it with your hands and it doesn't work, then use your words, then use your heart. But we have convinced ourselves that we don't even need our hands right now. And I'm uncomfortable with that. And I can see, I'm looking into many of your eyes, and I can see that you too are uncomfortable with it. The beauty is we are only scratching the surface of what we're capable of. And we need to step up in every single way. Please, I beg of you, pray for me, pray for my family, and my wife and I. We will continue to pray for you every chance we get. Take care. Assalamu alaikum.
Takbir! 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 Takbir in English is Allah, God is greatest. God is greater than our fear. So I want you guys to yell out from the bottom of your lungs, faith over fear. Faith over fear. Faith over fear. Next, I'd like to bring up our golden sponsor, Continuous Charity, to give us a few words. If you could please step up to the stage. With a round of applause, please.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام الأشرف في الأنبياء والمرسلين أما بعد. How do we as a ummah change the world? Today we are gathered in this conference because of what's happening in Gaza. We're seeing the rise of Hindutva nationalism in India. We are seeing the ethnic cleansing of the Uyghur Muslims in China. We are seeing the state-sponsored genocide of the Rohingya. As an ummah, how do we address these problems? And at A Continuous Charity, we believe that you address these problems one student at a time. A Continuous Charity is the first Muslim charity that gives interest-free loans to students going to college and getting their higher education. It is a charity I started 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, when I created this charity, we started with $60,000 and we have 5 students. Now, with the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we are at almost $10 million and we've helped over 500 students across the world, alhamdulillah. A Continuous Charity is a simple concept. We're not a bank. We're not writing contracts so that they're technically halal. Rather, we have revitalized the prophetic waqf system. We go in the Muslim community, we raise funds, we pool those funds together, we loan it to students, we get into legally binding contracts with those students. As those students pay back their loans, we recycle that money and loan it again and again and again, becoming a sadaqah jariyah or a continuous charity. In this room, in our ummah, all of us are afraid and worried. How are we going to get our kids educated? How are we going to get them to go to school without taking on interest-bearing loans? A Continuous Charity is a way to do that. One initiative that we launched this year is called our Game Changers program. As Brother Sean King was mentioning, these crises happening around the world cannot be solved by IT professionals and doctors. They cannot be solved with volunteers, or they cannot be solved with other people. We, as an ummah, over the last several decades have systematically underinvested in students who are studying law, government, media, journalism, public policy, and these other fields. As a community, A Continuous Charity is working with our partners with Care National. Inshallah, we're going to be working with MAS in the next few months as well, that we're creating these initiatives to find those students who want to study these fields, invest in their education, so we can make that change happen. Inshallah, I would leave you all with this. If you know students who need these loans, have them visit our website, acontinuouscharity.org, and they can apply online. Number 2, if you're part of a masjid, a community that you want to help your local students with these interest-free loans, create a fund with A Continuous Charity and help those local students go to college. And number 3, if there are students who want to study these 5 fields, send them to A Continuous Charity. We'll support them, because once we get more professionals in these fields, that is when we're going to make that change happen. I want to say Jazakallah khair for your time, and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So with that, everybody, we're going to take a quick 10-15-minute break to pray Asr. And right after that, we'll reconvene here for the main session. It's going to be super exciting. We have a special part of the program where we'll be honoring our heroes, and heroes come in many shapes and forms. We're going to have Brother Suhaib Webb to give one of his talks, Amr Zahir to give us also a nice laughter, and inshallah we'll reconvene at 5:30, inshallah. You give that then? Yeah, give it then. Yeah. No, Abdullah is coming to leave. Inshallah. So I give it right now. He is right here. Yeah. Assalamu Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. قد قامت الصلاة. قد قامت الصلاة. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله.
You want to stand next to me or? حق لا إله إلا الله محمد عبده ورسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Let's still straighten the lines, fill in the gaps, shoulder to shoulder, heel to heel. أقيموا واعتدلوا يرحمني ويرحمكم الله. الله أكبر.
الله أكبر.
الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Abdullah. We're home now. Yeah. There's gonna be. Do you want to walk in with the heroes, the journalists, the doctors, and 6:20? Let me know if you do. There'll be a group of youth like you walking in with the doctors and some of the journalists to take the pictures for the protest. Yeah, they're all heroes. They're like the Mu'taz, Azazis. And, yeah, with some flags and the anthem. Yeah, Mawtini, yeah. Stick around till 8, bro. Inshallah, ta'ala. Yeah, inshallah. Inshallah. Salam, brother. Good to see you, man. You stick around? Oh, there's a storm?
You hear it?
Oh. Oh, no way. Well, we're here so far. We're in cover. Alhamdulillah. Everything is going to any yeah, it's still going, inshallah.